Yeah, I can't hear. Oh, there we go. Good morning, Michigan. As Vice Chair of the Commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission to order at 10 a.m. This Zoom webinar is being live streamed on YouTube on the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission YouTube channel. For anyone in the public watching who would prefer to watch via a different platform than they are currently using, please visit our social media at Redistricting MI. Our live stream today includes closed captioning. Closed captioning, ASL interpretation in Spanish, Arabic, and Bengali translation services will be provided for effective participation in this meeting. Email us at redistricting@michigan.gov for additional viewing options or details on accessing language translation services for this meeting. People with disabilities needing other specific accommodations should also contact redistricting@michigan.gov. You can't hear anything? No. You just gotta lean forward a little bit. Charlene, is that better? Yes. This meeting is being recorded and will be available at www.michigan.gov/MICRC for viewing at a later date. This meeting is also being transcribed, and those closed caption transcripts will be made available and posted on the michigan.gov/MICRC website, along with written public comment submissions. There is also a public comment portal that may be accessed by visiting michigan.gov/MICRC. This portal can be utilized to post maps and comments, which can be viewed by both the Commission and the public. Members of the media who may have questions before, during, or after the meeting should direct those questions to Edward Woods III, Communications and Outreach Director for the Commission, at woodse3@michigan.gov or 517-331-6309. For the purposes of the public watching and the public record, I will turn to Department of State staff to take note of the commissioners present.
Good morning, commissioners. Please say present when I call your name. If you're attending today's meeting remotely, please announce during roll call that you are attending remotely, as well as where you are attending remotely from. I will call on commissioners in alphabetical order, starting with Doug Clark.
Present, and I am attending the meeting remotely from Rochester Hills, Michigan.
Juanita Curry.
Present and attending remotely from Detroit, Michigan.
Anthony Ede.
Present.
Brittany Kellum. Rhonda Lang.
Present, attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Steve Lett.
Present.
Cynthia Orton.
Present.
MC Rothhorn.
Present.
Rebecca Zatella.
Present.
Janice Follett.
Present.
Aaron Wagner.
Present, attending remotely from Charlotte, Michigan.
Richard Weiss.
Present.
Dustin Witches.
Present.
12 commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Reinhardt. As a reminder to the public watching, you can view the agenda at www.michigan.gov/MICRC. I will now entertain a motion to approve the meeting agenda.
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Witches, seconded by Commissioner Lett. Is there any discussion or debate on the motion? Commissioner Ede?
I'd actually like to add something real quick, if the commission wants. I think we should hold a quick. Can you hear me now? Wonderful. I'd like to just add a quick moment of silence for the victims of the tragedy that happened in our state earlier this week. Should only take like a minute.
Do you want to add that as an agenda item, or do we just want to just do it?
Let's do it
Yeah,
now.
let's just do it now. Okay.
I'd appreciate if everyone in the crowd would participate with us in this moment of silence for the victims of the tragedy that took place in Oxford, Michigan earlier this week. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ede. Any additional comments about the agenda? All right, it is moved and seconded that we adopt the meeting agenda. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the meeting agenda is adopted. Without objection, we will now begin public comment pertaining to agenda topics portion of our meeting. Hearing no objection, we will now proceed with public comment pertaining to agenda topics. Individuals who have signed up and indicated that they would like to provide in-person public commentary will now be allowed to do so. Please step to the nearest microphone when I call your number. You will have 1 minute to address the commission. Please conclude your remarks when you hear the timer. First in line to provide public comment is number 1. And I will also let those who are waiting for remote public comment know that we currently have 20 people signed up for remote public comment. Go ahead.
Good morning and happy holidays to everyone. I'm Sarah Howard. I am the counsel for the Michigan AFL-CIO's Fair Maps project. Accepting the risk of sounding like a broken record, your map options do not fully comply with the requirements of the Michigan Constitution. They particularly fall short on partisan fairness, and they particularly fail to get to legal compliance in any of the state house map options. The reason for the unlawfully disproportionate partisan fairness are the fundamental problems with the way you are measuring and the percentage of partisan bias found in various map choices. Close enough is not good enough. We remain concerned too about how a flawed process got you here. Why were you allowed to look at township and county lines while mapping, for example, but you weren't allowed to look at partisan fairness numbers until you were trying to fix the problems? None of your state house maps meet the legal criteria, and you must start over there. Thank you. I would also note that there's a strange echo with the microphone, which makes it a little difficult to speak, so you may want to fix that for future public comment.
With your microphone or when we're speaking? With your microphone?
With this microphone, it has an echo feedback, so you can hear yourself.
Okay.
Like a delay on a delay. So
Number 2.
The record, briefly, I just wanted to note for the record that Commissioner Kellum has joined. Commissioner Kellum, can you let us know where you are attending remotely from?
Good morning, attending remotely from Wayne County, Michigan.
Thank you. Number 2, you may proceed.
Hi, I'm Crystal Boyd, and I'm Sarah Howard's legal assistant. On November 22nd, the Kent County Republican Party political director sent an email to party members saying, quote, "The Michigan Republican Party is supporting the Palm State Senate Plan and the Magnolia State House Plan," unquote. That's hardly shocking, since these plans give the Republican Party the most significant, unfair, disproportionate partisan advantage of any of the options. That should also be a red flag. The percentage of partisan bias must be 0 to comply with the plain language of the Michigan Constitution. You must also measure partisan fairness accurately, and right now there are errors like overemphasizing older elections and underemphasizing more recent ones, particularly in the state house. The map options you have now would not enable the party who obtains the most votes to win a majority in that body except in landslide years. That violates the law. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 3.
Good morning. Thank you all, first of all, for serving. My name is Gary Miles. I'm editor and publisher of the Detroit News. I stand here before you today with 3 facts that are abundantly clear. First, the important work of this commission will fail unless the public knows it was done within the law and without secret or hidden agendas. It's why this body was created. Second, the public can only know those things if your work is fully transparent. Third, and for exactly those reasons, the Michigan Constitution clearly commands this body to conduct all of its business in open meetings. All of its business, not some of its business, not most of its business, all of its business. This commission doesn't have the authority to defy that constitutional language. And your mandate as individuals, public servants, is to reinforce confidence of the public in the integrity of this process. I urge you to do so by releasing the documents, the secret documents that were discussed on October 27th. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 4.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Susan Smith, Vice President for Advocacy of the League of Women Voters of Michigan. The League of Women Voters is still concerned about the partisan fairness scores of the proposed House maps. As you have said many times, the Commission's goal is to have fair maps. We appreciate the many hours of effort you have already put into the mapping process. However, there is still work to do on the House maps in particular. The League respectfully requests that you add another meeting to your December schedule so that you can improve these maps. As you know, these maps will be used in our state and federal elections for the next 10 years. Please take the time to make them the best maps they can be. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 5.
Good morning. I'm Cheryl Hayes. I consider myself an independent voter. I campaigned door to door for Prop 2. And after a decade of extreme gerrymandering, there's nothing more important than fair maps. All Michigan voters deserve a voice. As far as the maps go, congressional, Chestnut and Birch are the best and Apple is the worst. Senate, Linden and Cherry are the best. Palm is the worst. And the House, there are no good choices, but I'd call Hickory the least worst. As an old song goes, that's making the best of a bad situation. Michigan voters deserve a better, unbiased House map. Please, please, a level playing field. We're counting on you all. Thank you and happy holidays.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 6.
Hello, my name is Christina Sarazin, and I am from Grand Blanc, Genesee County, and I work for the International UAW. We want to extend our thanks to all of your hard work and everything that you've done so far. Things are not exactly perfect the way we'd like to see them, but if you're going to vote for maps that we currently have, the Cherry version 2 or Linden maps for the Senate are the best ones that we see, even though they are not at zero partisan fairness yet. The worst possible map is the Palm. We are asking you to please not vote for the Palm. And for the House maps, there's the best of the worst, like she said, is Hickory. So even though they still need a little bit more work, we're encouraging you to please not vote for Palm, Cherry version 2 or Linden and Hickory. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 7.
Good morning, Commission. My name is Anson Lam, a citizen of Jackson, Michigan. I'd like to bring some attention to the continual push for the partisan fairness. That is one metric of many that you all have to take into consideration. I'm sure you know that. And in the constitutional language, it actually prioritizes communities of interest first. Like it goes population, communities of interest, then partisan fairness, and that's for a reason. And that reason is because people need to be able to have accurate representation in their respective communities. We should be keeping our communities together so that we have the voice we want, not the voice politicians want to push on us. Carving up communities to try and get things to be more competitive logically creates situations where people aren't being properly represented in those communities. If 80% votes one certain way, we shouldn't even be looking how people vote. It should mostly be about what that community is and their general communities of interest, their geographical area, their economic interest. All of those things tie together to where we're neighborhoods. We should be able to have someone that probably represents our community, not the politicians we want to put in charge of those communities. So please keep that in mind when looking at the constitutional language. Communities of interest come first.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 8. Absolutely. Number 9.
Before I start, good morning. Can we put up the map plan P7273, please? Can we put it on the?
Sarah, we don't have a way to do that? Yeah, not today. We don't have our mappers here. I'm sorry.
Oh, darn. It was so nice when you had them at the Pirani Center. Oh, I'm sorry, the Doherty Event Center. But I digress. Yes, my name is Tanya Burns. I am from the city of Flint. I am the current 6th Ward Flint City Councilwoman, and I am here to speak about the mapping. We agree with the congressional map, Birch V2. It keeps Flint together. It connects with Saginaw and other industries. We agree with Senate Map Linden. It keeps Flint whole and guarantees representation for the city of Flint. We recommend the House map Hickory with additional modifications. The Black voting population was lowered in the 2 House districts covering Flint, diminishing Black voting power and possible representation. None of the maps have been proposed are partisan or fair. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Do we want to do 8 at this time or come back later? Come back later. Okay. Number 10.
It's sad that we can't see our map. It's been a lot of things going on with this commission. We can't get on. I try to put comments up. You can't put comments up. Mr. Wise, and I forgot your name, you came down to Flint. And we told you that we wanted 34th District, which is a Black representative, African-American. We wanted to keep that. You all divided it. We don't have any type of representation on this commission, like I said, when you came to Flint. Because if we did, we wouldn't be fighting for a minority majority. How is it that when Republicans was doing the map, we didn't have to worry about 34th District? How is it that we didn't have to worry about minority majority, but we have citizens that's doing it right now? I want to see what's in that memo that you all are trying to hide, because I'm hearing that it's to do away with minority majority. Can we find out what you all talked about behind the scenes? That's what we want to know. And then you have 2 African Americans on this panel that should be sounding out the loudest. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 11, and I understand we do have John on Zoom and that he is able to display that map. Are you there, John? Our maps, but not. Okay,
Yeah,
all right.
I'm here. My understanding is I would be prepared to show the published maps that I have available.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Sure.
Number 11.
Yes, my name is Richard Jones. I'm also a resident of Flint, Michigan. What I'm saying right now, I'm not the only one that feel this way in the city of Flint. We really want P7273, and y'all can't pull it up. So it would be very nice if y'all could set up some kind of another meeting in the city of Flint to where we could pull this up and discuss this map, because like all of the speakers earlier have spoken, I'm going to diddle that. Y'all trying to take away the 34th District in Flint is not fair. The bipartisan vote, to be honest, I just feel the whole way that y'all doing this whole process is not fair or right. And y'all are not as transparent as I would expect y'all to be when I went out there and hustled to get this put on the ballot, to get this gerrymandering thing situation straightened out. So please consider that, and hopefully y'all can come to Flint and look at this map with us. Thank you.
Before you walk away, I just have some clarifying questions. So P7273, the 34th District, is that in a Senate map or is that in a House map?
That's the House.
The House map. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Number 12.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Sanders. I live in Flint, Michigan, and my public comment is the Black voting population was lowered in the 2-House district covering Flint, dismissing Black voting power and possible representation. None of the maps that have been proposed are partisan fair. We recommend that the commission take additional time to redraw the House map to represent fair partisanship.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 13.
Good morning. My name is Joan Gustafson, External Affairs Officer with the Michigan Nonprofit Association. Earlier this year, M&A launched an initiative to mobilize nonprofits to educate their communities on the new redistricting process. With equity and inclusivity at the forefront, the main goal of our initiative is to reach populations that have been historically underrepresented and provide the necessary training, resources, and tools so that everyone has the opportunity to participate. This has not been an easy process, and yet our cohort of 38 nonprofits representing communities of interest across the state have worked extremely hard to develop and submit narratives and maps, gather feedback from their communities, and offer testimony. And still, these communities are being disenfranchised as the boundaries in the draft maps cut through many of them in many cases. I'd like to direct your attention to the Hickory House map specifically. While it's the best of the House drafts, it can be improved with respect to partisan fairness and compliance with the Voting Rights Act by adjusting the lines in Grand Rapids, Kalamazoo, Detroit, and Flint. I urge you to schedule additional time to take these interests to heart. Unless their voices are heard, fair, accurate, and effective representation will not be achieved. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 14.
Good morning. My name is Maria Vancor, and I am the retired from UAW Local 652 and also the chapter president of Labor Council for Latin American Advancement here in Greater Lansing area. POM is the worst Senate map. You have done okay job with Cherry version 2 and Linden Senate maps. If I was in your position, I would be voting for either one of these two maps. Please do not vote for POM. In the State House, you got close. However, you heard from citizens close isn't good enough. Although you failed in that regard, the best map for the Senate is the Hickory map. I encourage you to vote for the Cherry version 2 or Linden Senate maps and Hickory for the State House. Please do not vote for the Pine Senate map. The best of the proposed map are as follows. The Senate, the Cherry version 2 or Linden. We can deal with either one while not 0% partisanship. These maps give a slight advantage to the Dems. We cannot let them vote for POM. POM favors one party Republicans way too much and isn't close enough for the partisan score of 0%. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 15.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Bishop Bernadette Jefferson from Flint, Michigan. And I'm appalled at the thought of being eliminated. If you eliminate the 34th district, you remove a seat from the table. You take a voice of a community away. Who will we have to stand for us? Who will we have to speak for? You say it's just 10 years. It will be a lifetime for many of us and our children. And so we want to be counted. We want to have a choice. We fought too many years to have a voice. We fought too long to have a seat. And if we're eliminated, then where do we stand? Was our fighting in vain? Was our voice just silenced so many times as a race of people, as a community? We've been silenced. Please consider map P7273.
Thank you for addressing the commission. I understand number 8 is now back in the room.
Hi, good afternoon. Well, I'm sorry, excuse me. Good morning. My name is Cynthia Haynes. My introduction will be a little bit different. It'll be personal. I'm an advocate for prison reform. And as you know, prison reform affects all colors of all cultures, but it basically affects the Black community. This redistricting, I don't want to say it's good or I don't want to say it's bad, but I want to make sure, and I ask that when you as the panel or whoever decide to do what's best, think about the communities, the Black community, because we have to vote people in that's going to represent us and our families and our ones that has been disproportionate and that has been lost over sentence. So we have to think about them because we want our loved ones home to help back restructure, rebuild the community so we won't have to depend on politicians and people in palace to make decisions for us. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 16. Commissioner Curry, did you have a comment or question?
Yes, we could not hear her at all. She was cut off. So if you could put her back up so that we can hear her. I did not hear anything, just what she said.
Yeah, did you want to give your comments again, ma'am? Sorry. Sorry to make you do a redo.
It's fine.
Maybe just tilt the microphone down so it's a little closer to your mouth so they can hear you.
And who didn't hear me?
The people who are online, we could hear you
online?
fine here, but online.
Good morning. Hi again, my name is Cynthia Haynes. I'm from Flint, Michigan. I'm a very big advocate for prison reform. Soon you will be hearing about things that I'll be doing throughout Michigan, starting with Detroit, January 22nd. I'm asking again, as I express, when you start thinking about redistricting, think about the communities. Think about mass incarceration because that is a passion of mine. And when you redistrict, it's going to be hard for people to vote, especially the Black community, to put people in that represent us, that will help bring policies that will help our communities, because for right about now, we really cannot depend on these politicians and these foul rules and regulations that are being made by others. So I'm asking, when you decide or however you want to redistrict it, I'm not saying it's good or bad. Think about the communities. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 17. 16, I'm sorry, I crossed it off.
Can I be heard by everyone?
Yes. Juanita, can you hear him? You're on mute, Juanita.
I'm sorry, it's a lot of static in the mics. We're getting a lot of
Feedback.
Static. Yeah, feedback.
We're going to have him try a different mic and see if that makes a difference.
Thank you.
Is that better?
Hello.
No.
No, it's still getting a lot of feedback.
Can't always strike, sing that song. Doo-dah, doo-dah. Can't always strike,
If that mic is live on the table, why don't you try to press the button and turn that on and see if maybe that's a little better.
Hi, my name's Lathan Jefferson. I live in the 34th district, and they want to eliminate that district, which means we won't have a representative. That district is the reason why we don't have to speak German or a foreign language, because in that district, they built rocket fuel, they made bullets, they made machine guns to send over, and as well as tank parts that got sent overseas to help fight the Germans. So we didn't have to speak a German language. And the people in that district should be heard because of the ancestors that went to work, that built the war effort to be able to make it possible. My great aunt used to paint instrument clusters in one of the factories, but little did she know she was dealing with a radioactive material. Later on, they brought in badges for them to wear, but at this point, they had already been affected. And this area is the reason why we get to speak English. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 17.
Should I
Try the little one.
small one? Yeah.
I would try the little one, and we can probably bring a chair down. It's just staticky, so they did hear them, yes. Do you want us to bring you down a chair?
I'm okay, but
Okay, go ahead, sir.
All right. As I've watched the redistricting process progress this year, I've heard many comments from residents on two topics. One is communities of interest, which is objective number 3 in the redistricting criteria. The other is partisan fairness, which is objective number 4. Lately, it appears that partisan fairness has taken precedence over communities of interest, even though it is of a lower priority as laid out in our amended state constitution. In the spirit of a government by the people and for the people, the whole idea of a representation is to have peers in government that can represent you and your way of life. At the redistricting hearing in Jackson this past May, I heard Jackson City residents complain about their representative and not understanding their needs. When different communities of interest are linked in the name of partisan fairness, we lose this idea of representation by the people and for the people. I ask that you please put aside partisan considerations and give us representation that can actually represent us. In my opinion, the existing maps that have the best chance to achieve this in my area are Chestnut Congressional, Palm State Senate, and Satella State House map, although the House maps are all pretty bad. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 18.
If you can give us one moment, we're going to prop up the microphone so you don't have to hunch over.
Just make it easier for people. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm a resident of a small township in northeast Jackson County. I have participated in several public comment redistricting hearings. Originally, I was fairly satisfied with the maps that were being put forward as there seemed to be focus on communities of interest. However, over the past few months, it seems like this has become less important to the commission, and the maps seem to reflect more unpacking of cities. This is, of course, a partisan approach to districting. In the end, citizens and voters want representatives who understand our differing communities, and this seems impossible to accomplish when large cities are purposely combined with rural areas. Most of the maps we have left to choose from do not do a good job of protecting communities of interest. Of the maps we have to choose from, I believe the following have the best chance of achieving this goal to represent my area: the Chestnut Congressional map, the Palm State Senate map, and the Zatella State House map. Thank you for giving citizens multiple chances to provide input along the way as the maps develop. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 19.
Good morning. My name is Cheryl Black. I'm from Eaton Rapids. And I voted for the redistricting proposition in hopes of seeing Michigan have maps that represent competitive districts that balance the people's votes with fair representation of both parties. That's the reason I spoke before you on May 27th, because of the concerns I had about my own congressional district, the 7th, which was drawn, I felt, that had been lacking representation for a long time because of that map. Thank you for seeing the unfairness and drawing at new maps for that district. Cherry and Birch seem to be the fairest of the new congressional maps for my area and gives our area a chance of finally some quality representation. Apple appears to be the most biased, and I sincerely hope that is not the one chosen, as it puts my area right back with some of our previous issues. In the Michigan Senate, Linden and Cherry seem to be a good faith effort to be balanced and fair. Palm does not. As others have spoken, Republican bias seems to be very heavy in all the districts, but Hickory, for my concerns, is the least biased. Thank you for taking the time. I hope you have a good holiday season and good luck with the rest of us.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 20.
Hi, Dan Wallahan, Livingston County, Genoa Township. I'd like to first thank the commission in our congressional and state Senate maps for being fair to Livingston County. And the Magnolia and Pine maps are fair for us in Livingston County. Hickory is not. It splits the Brighton area. Brighton Township, Green Oak, Genoa, Hamburg are a perfect district. I'll mention it all before. The Hickory map, what it does is it cracks in the Brighton area in half, with Genoa and Hamburg being put with Waterloo. All we have in common with Waterloo, they're both rural, but we have different needs, different area. And with City of Ann Arbor, we have very different needs in the City of Ann Arbor. The Brighton City District under Hickory looks like somebody smoking a pipe. It splits a lot of Oakland County communities, and they all have different needs there as well. And someone mentioned US 23 with Hickory for putting Ann Arbor and Genoa together. Genoa Township does not have US 23. We have I-96. Thank you. Magnolia, please.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 21. Okay, let's move on to number 22.
Good morning. My name's Susan Andrews, and I'm from the Tri-County area of Lansing. I signed the petition and voted for the amendment that created your commission. Any district that is non-competitive unfairly gives a few primary voters, not the general public, control. In Congress, Chestnut and Birch are the fairest with the most competitive seats. Apple packs Democrats and should be rejected. In the Senate, please adopt Linden or Cherry, which have the least bias. Palm is extremely unfair. In my opinion, all your House maps seem unfair and you need to start over. Hickory is the fairest, but still not good. Thank you for all your hard work. Please get this fair.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Once again, do we have number 21? If not, we will move on to 23.
Good morning. I'm Chris Andrews from Hazlet. Thank you for listening to the Lansing region voters.
Chris, can I ask that you either lean closer to the mic or maybe pull your mask down? It'll be easier for us to hear you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, can I start again? Get my full 60 seconds. Hi, I'm Chris Andrews from Hazlet. Thank you for listening to Lansing region voters. Every map you are considering gives Republicans a statewide partisan advantage by your own metrics. In a 50-50 election, Republicans win majorities in every chamber with every map, so they can stop a Democratic governor from doing what voters elected her to do. Nonetheless, you are choosing between 15 Republican-leaning maps that do reflect communities of interest. You should pick the Republican-leaning maps with the least partisan bias. Hickory for the House, although you really should redo the House altogether. Cherry and Linden for the Senate. The Palm map is terrible. Chestnut or Birch for the House, not Apple. It appalls me that people think that fairness is somehow an unworthy value, and please adhere to it. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 24.
Thank you, commissioners. My name is Loida Tapia. I'm a resident of Detroit. I have been working to mobilize nonprofits and educate communities on Michigan's redistricting process. I also launched the MERC application process as the former director of public engagement for the Secretary of State. I have intentionally engaged populations and communities that have been historically underrepresented. In fact, many who have thanked personally for engaging with the commission, like APIA Votes, Indigenous Partners of Miigwech, Detroit Hispanic Development Corporation, and LGBT Detroit. I have provided technical support in analyzing your draft maps and the impact it will have on these communities. I want to urge you to continue your work by adding additional time to your schedule to address the Hickory House map. While the best of the House drafts, you need to address partisan fairness and compliance with the Voting Rights Act. The #1 criteria is the Voting Rights Act, and I urge the commission to have a robust discussion on every map on how it meets the rank criteria before you vote. The Michigan Civil Rights Commission has called on you to do the same, as they have stated if an electoral map results in the dilution of the minority vote or infringes on minority rights to elect the candidate of their choice, it does not meet the requirements of the law, the Michigan Constitution, or the test of fairness. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 25. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Curry, you had a comment?
Yes, yes, we're still having trouble hearing them. The mics are not fixed yet.
Okay, thank you. Number 25.
Hello, good morning.
One moment, please, actually. Commissioners Clark and Wagner, are you also having audio issues?
I am not.
Commissioner Curry, I can connect with you offline. It seems like it might be an issue with your computer specifically. So I will work with you to get that resolved.
Commissioner or Executive Director Woods.
Let me inform our AV team, but there's a scratchy on YouTube that I'm getting from a reporter as well for text. So just wanted to alert you with regards to that.
Thank you.
I don't think it's isolated to just one incident.
All right, number 25, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Oscar Castañeda. I'm a community organizer with the Detroit Development Corporation, and I had the pleasure of meeting most of you. I've been around this process for a while. I'm here with two hats. One is Detroit and the other one is Lansing. I want to thank you for the way you treat our community of interest in Detroit. It was really good. Now, in Lansing, we're very unhappy with the way the city has been broken into parts. And we really want to ask you to work on this and to make sure that Lansing remains as a city. We have a community of interest that was really broken in parts. I had very short time and I had my notes and I line up with most of the people saying that apple is not good, that birch is good, that cherry is the best option, that hickory is the less bad, that the house is not really nice. But I want to spend my last 15 seconds making one point. I am a community organizer. I spend a lot of time asking people to come to this event, but 10 o'clock in a working day just doesn't work for people who work. Most of the folks who are here are retired, which I really respect, no offense for retirees, but it's impossible to make people to come to these things at 10 a.m. in a working day. And I get it that there are other ways of communicating. That I could have 20 people here if it was at 6 p.m. or it was in the evening or now in a weekend. Thank you very much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 26.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Eileen Hayes, and I live in Flint. I represent Michigan Faith in Action, and we work to mobilize people to understand what this whole process is from the very beginning. And we are, because I live in Flint, I have a strong concern that Flint be kept together. There is a strong possibility that we will lose representation, particularly in our Black population, and that our members of our community will become disenfranchised. We do not want to see that happen. We agree with the congressional map, the Birch map, because it keeps Flint together and it connects us with Saginaw and other industrial areas.
We also agree with the Senate map of Linden because it keeps Flint whole and it guarantees representation for the city of Flint. We recommend the House map Hickory and with some modifications. But finally, I would like to reference map P273 as our preferred map. Thank you. P2, no, there's no two there. It's
We got it.
P7273.
We got it from earlier.
Thank you, thank you.
P7273.
Thank
right?
you.
Yes. Thank you.
The clock ticking got me. Thank you.
Number 27.
All right. Good morning, commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today. My name is Michael Davis Jr. with Promote the Vote, and I want to use my time again to echo some of the comments that you've heard from Susan Smith with the League of Women Voters. One, to give yourselves more time, and also comments from Lloyd Tapia to give more consideration to the VRA districts that you've drawn in the House and Senate. You've seen Michigan, as you guys have informed us yesterday, on track to take in more public comments than California did in their entire process. Now, that's no feather in your cap unless you truly take that feedback into account. So you've done a lot of work, but there is still a lot of work to be done in your state and Senate, state Senate and state House maps. There is definitely still considerations that should be made for VRA districts and COI. So clearly, I strongly believe that the maps that Promote the Vote created are fair and equitable. I urge you to give yourselves an opportunity to look back at those, to take some of those suggestions from us, from citizens, and that'll give you the best chance for fair representation for all Michiganders. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 28.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to be able to speak. Pastor Kevin Thompson of St. Mark Community Outreach, St. Mark Missionary Baptist Church in the city of Flint. I'm asking you to please consider map P7273, please. We would like for our vote to be counted or us to be in unity. I'm asking that you really consider this map. Thank you so much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 29.
Hello, Commission. My name is Jerron Dodson. I am from the city of Flint. I live there. I'm also a business owner there. I'm here to recommend map P7273. Said that right? So I think it's important that clearly I've been to a couple of these meetings now, and it seems as though that's what the residents want. And I know you're our people and you're doing your best to please everyone. I know it's hard and it's impossible, but it seems as though we just have to stay as close as we can to the demographic of the area. And it seems to me that that speaks the best is P7273. So appreciate it.
Thank you for addressing the commission. I believe that concludes our public comment. I just want to do one last call for number 21, which I believe was Austin was the last name. See if that person is here. Okay, all right. Thank you for your comments this morning. At this point, we are going to move on to the live remote public commentary. Individuals who have signed up and indicated that they would like to provide live remote public commentary to the commission will now be allowed to do so. I will call on your name and our staff will unmute you. If you are on a computer, you will be prompted by the Zoom app to unmute your microphone and speak. If you are on the phone, a voice will say that the host would like you to speak and prompt you to press *6 to unmute. I will call on you by your last name or the last 4 digits of your phone number. Also, please note that if you experience technical or audio issues, or if we do not hear from you for 3 to 5 seconds, we will move on to the next person in line and return to you when they are done speaking. If your audio still does not work, you can email redistricting@michigan.gov and we will help you troubleshoot so that you can participate at a next public comment period at a later hearing or meeting. You will have 1 minute to address the commission. Please conclude your remarks when you hear the timer. First in line to provide public comment is James Gallant. Please wait for our staff to unmute you.
Yes, James Gallant, Marquette. These are my opinions. 1 minute is absolutely unreasonable. And in response to the Detroit Free Press, the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission has the legal right to defy the constitutional mandates until those efforts are overturned by the Michigan Supreme Court. This is that change the rules attempting to reboot the system thing. And you all know my concerns. So as a public service, I'm urging anyone who wants to challenge the decisions or the maps of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission to go to the Michigan Supreme Court's website, self-help section. There are approved forms with instructions. The filing fee is $325 plus process service fees for approximately $500. Anyone can bring their issues to the Michigan Supreme Court directly and to challenge any of the decisions or the maps of this commission. So, and good luck with all that. And I would be happy to coordinate with some of you folks if you'd like to get together and work that out. And thank you, commissioners, for your efforts. And I found the motion to discuss issue. That's the Wayne State University Student Senate.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Anthony Scannell.
Hello, Commission. I'm joining you from Wayne County, and I just got to say, I guess you guys have decided long ago that whatever you did on your first run was good enough, and you've decided at a certain point that you either can't or you're unwilling to take in certain amounts of public comments, or you can't even work with them. And that's a real shame, because I think you've had some fake deadlines, and now that's given you funny maps, and you've tried to justify that with your fishy counsel. And you've used a lot of Friday fun day adjournments too to just kind of like skip over stuff when you could have been using good, mapping time and considering the different comments people have given, but you've had a lot of early adjournments. So I don't know. I think you guys are just ready to start sipping on the eggnog, really. That's what it seems like to me. So you ask, which map do we like the best out of all of that you've proposed?
It appears we have lost Mr. Scannell, so we will move on to Bruce Roller, number 3.
That participant is not present. We can move to number 4.
Dorothy Munson.
My name is Dorothy Munson. I'm representing Grand Rapids Nonpartisan Proactive Organization. I want to point out that Apple V2 congressional map is the best representation of the large minority population in West Michigan. 30% of this district population are minorities. Not only are Black and Hispanic populations represented, but Asian and Native American as well. In fact, the map meets communities of interest criteria for both the Miigwech, Grand Rapids area Indigenous people, and the Hispanic Center of West Michigan. In our area, this is the only district map that focuses on representation at the federal level of larger, densely populated cities and their common characteristics. Grand Rapids, the second largest city in Michigan, Kalamazoo is number 13, Wyoming 14, and Kentwood 23 have common unique characteristics and attending issues and improvements that need to be addressed. Thanks for providing representation for the 600,000 diverse urban dwellers. Thanks so much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is number 4, which is Karen Lawrence. I'm sorry, that was number 4. Karen Lawrence is 5.
Hello, my name is Karen Lawrence from Grand Rapids. We encourage the adoption of Apple V2 congressional map. This map gives voice to the primary metropolitan and minority areas of West Michigan. 90% of the people in this area are city folks and 250,000 are minorities. Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo combined form an area that includes the bulk of industry in West Michigan. A representative will be able to focus and support this group on issues such as low-cost housing, city infrastructure, pollution, healthcare, civil rights, manufacturing, employment, climate change, and public education. Second choice would be the Chestnut map, which is similar to the Apple V2, but represents less of the minority population. Thank you for your diligence in this matter and partisan fairness.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 6, Jennifer Austin.
Hello, Jennifer Austin, City of Midland. I would like to thank the Commission for reuniting the Tri-Cities into a Senate district and the Mid-Michigan into a U.S. congressional district. We have been separated for far too long. I support the Chestnut congressional map as it has the best partisan fairness scores and keeps most or all of the core Mid-Michigan counties intact in District 8. I support the Linden Senate map as it has the best partisan fairness scores and reunites the Tri-Cities. Please continue to work on the House maps as none of them have acceptable partisan fairness scores. If you do not work on these maps further, the Satella House map has the best partisan fairness scores and gives Midland and Bay City a competitive district. If this map is not available for the initial vote, I support the Hickory House map. I am hopeful the Commission will remain true to its purpose of giving the voters of Michigan the best maps possible with the best partisan fairness scores. Proposal 2's mission was achieving partisan fairness and ending gerrymandering. Please, Commissioners, do not play political games in voting for these maps. You are beholden to the people of Michigan, all the people of Michigan, not just your party affiliation. Leave your politics at the door and vote for the maps that best serve the voting electorate of Michigan.
Thank you for addressing the Commission. Number 7, Karen Santelli.
Hi, folks. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'm Karen Santelli from Cascade Township. I spoke to you before. I'm very concerned about Cascade being in metropolitan representation as we are a metropolitan area. For the House map, Hickory is the best, though it's not the greatest. And for the congressional map, we prefer Apple over Chestnut, but Apple would be our first choice. Chestnut would be our second. State House, the Satella map absolutely makes no sense to me. I don't even see communities of interest, how they're represented. And Cascade is put in a rural area that I can't support or doesn't support me. So for State House, again, Hickory is the best, though it I'm sure can use some work. As far as the state Senate, Linden or Cherry are good. Palm is absolutely the worst. Those are my comments. Thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you for addressing the Commission. Number 8, which is Molly Morrissey.
Hello. I'm speaking from Midland, Michigan. I applaud you all for the work you've done to create maps that are better than they've been in the past 30 years, but they're still not perfect, but they are getting better. The House maps still need work. Of the 3 collaborative Senate maps, the Linden State Senate map has the best partisan fairness scores, and it does a good job of keeping communities of interest together. It does a good job of reuniting the Tri-Cities, and it keeps a lot of Midland County together. The Palm Senate map, terrible, don't like it at all. You have made the maps closer to center, like I said earlier, but still they lean too far Republican, especially in the House. And it would be in the best interest of the people of the state to work further on these maps and make them closer to zero political bias. The Stelsa House map has the best partisan fairness scores of all the House maps, but if that's not available, then I would support Hickory. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the Commission. Number 9, Claudia Warren.
Good morning. My name is Claudia Warren and I live in Midland, Michigan. Thank you, commissioners, voters not politicians, and 61% of Michigan voters who approved Proposal 2, making this entire process possible. Today, I urge you, commissioners, to approve the new maps that promote maximum partisan fairness. The Chestnut map for U.S. Congress has the best partisan fairness scores. The Linden map for State Senate has the best partisan fairness possibilities. The Hickory map for State Representative is acceptable. I am 100% behind Chestnut and Linden. The Hickory map is more fair, but does not have the degree of partisan fairness necessary and brings up this concern. Will Michigan still suffer the effects of a one-sided and obstructionist state house? I hope not. Partisan fairness is key. For maximum partisan fairness, I urge you.
Thank you for addressing the Commission. Next in line is number 10, which is Joan Long.
Hello, my name is Joan Long. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great. I am a lifetime resident of the Grand Rapids metro area. I canvassed for and voted for Proposal 2, and I am a proud member of the League of Women Voters. I would like to comment on the State House map, Chitella. I do not favor this map because I feel Ada should be linked to the west to Grand Rapids, because Ada and Grand Rapids are both metro areas and communities of interest. Ada should not be linked with the rural areas. And thank you again for your hard work.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 11, Anna. I believe it's Krazat.
Hi, my name is Anna Krazat. I'm here to advocate for the Hickory Lane and Linden maps. I ask the commission to please vote for these maps. Given our options, these two maps are the most inclusive of the needs of the communities that they represent. I think it's unanimous that people just want their voices to be heard and communities to be properly represented. So please keep this in mind when you're choosing a map. And I think that Hickory and Linden are the best options given all of these considerations, as well as considering partisan fairness score. So again, Hickory, Lane, and Linden, I think are the best maps given the options that you've provided us with. So thank you, that's all.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 12, Keenan Kabani.
Hello, my name is Kenan. I'd just like to advocate for the Hickory and Linden maps as well. I think they're the best ones that represent the communities of Michigan, and they take into consideration the partisan fairness the best. Thank you very much to the commission for all their hard work, and please consider voting for Hickory and Linden to become our maps. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 13, Naomi Ludman. Is Naomi available?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you. My name is Naomi Ludman. I am from Cass County in the southwest corner of the state. I want to say that given that unfortunately communities of interest have not really been taken into consideration, I have to fall back to partisan fairness as being the most important criteria at this point. I want to plead with the commission to consider the issue of partisan fairness. The map that comes closest to this, to giving each party a chance to have a competitive race, that would be the State House for Hickory. State Senate map would be Linden or Cherry. And as many have said, the congressional districts, I guess for the congressional districts, it would be Chestnut. So thank you for considering these maps as you vote. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 14, which is Mary Murphy.
That participant is not present. Move on to number
15.
Yep.
So 15, Greg Hodgman.
I'm Greg Hodgman, a Kalamazoo resident for over 50 years. Fair, nonpartisan maps are critical. The Palm State Senate map has the most partisan unfairness and should be rejected. There is some partisan unfairness in other maps. The Hickory House map currently has the best partisan fairness. Please continue your good work and adopt as final maps the least partisan maps, allowing the party that receives the most votes to win the most seats. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 16, Lucretia Handy.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Lucretia Handy, resident of Flint Township in Genesee County. Every map has a measurable Republican bias, and this is unacceptable. Please prioritize partisan fairness and choose the fairest map. In the Senate, Linden and Cherry are much better in terms of partisan fairness than Palm. So vote no on Palm. In the House, all of the maps contain too much Republican bias. Hickory is the fairest. So please vote yes on Hickory. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 17, Art Reyes.
Good morning. My name is Art Reyes. I'm a lifelong resident of Genesee County. And as I do every time, I want to thank you for putting in the efforts that you have in doing this. I know it's not an easy process, but it is absolutely vital for the health of our democracy here in Michigan. I do urge you to vote for either Cherry version 2 or Linden in the Senate. But it's absolutely unacceptable to me that the 34th district, or whatever new number it would have, has disappeared. The Hickory map does have the least partisan advantage, but you need to go back to the drawing board if the city of Flint cannot have its own representative. It has very specific issues that have been cast nation and worldwide, and we need to make sure that Flint has a voice that is ensuring that that stuff does not happen again. In the Senate, again, Cherry version 2 or Linden. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 18, Sarah Woolsey.
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you for listening to the citizens of Michigan and continuing to work towards fair maps. I wanted to talk today as a resident of Grand Rapids on the maps that are affecting us here in West Michigan. I appreciate the collaborative maps that the commission has put together for the State House. I think the collaborative maps generally represent our communities of interest in our area pretty effectively. I also just wanted to express some concerns about the Satella House map. The COIs here in Kent County and West Michigan are not represented there, and the voices of our citizens are not represented in that map. Our second largest city, Wyoming, is split into multiple areas despite having a strong community of interest with the Hispanic communities of Grand Rapids. The Hickory map also appears to be the fairest statewide of the collaborative maps. And for state Senate, I am concerned about the lack of partisan fairness statewide for the Palm map. Maps should not favor one party over the other. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 19, which is Chris Herwire.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Chris Herwire, and I am a resident of Wyoming, Michigan in Kent County. I would like to express my appreciation today at how well you have listened to and responded to previous public comments from myself and other members of the Grand Rapids metro area in drawing the districts that for our region in the State House and State Senate. All of the collaborative maps that you drew for our area represent our community very well, and I appreciate the good job that you did in representing that. That being said, in other parts of the state where the proposed maps have some more significant differences, some maps come closer to partisan fairness than others. So I just wanted to let you know which ones get closer to that partisan fairness metric that is one of the requirements that you have. I personally favor the Hickory State House map and the Linden State Senate map, and I'm opposed to the Magnolia State House map and the Palm State Senate map. Both of those maps have an unfair Republican bias. So thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 20, Jonathan Flynn.
Hello, my name is Jonathan Flynn. As a college student and redistricting fellow with the Campus Vote Project, I would like to advocate once more for colleges and universities across Michigan as communities of interest. I am thankful the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission has made an effort towards ensuring student voters are heard. Commission meetings at the University of Michigan, Oakland University, Central Michigan University, among others, go a long way towards providing a platform for historically underrepresented voices. However, the commission still has work to do keeping college communities together in their final map proposals. Despite having a commission meeting at Oakland University and Oakland University being previously split, every single congressional map splits the university in half. Furthermore, the majority congressional map proposals, including Chestnut, Apple, and Zatella, split Grand Valley State University, and a significant portion, including Birch, Apple, Lang, and Zatella, split the University of Detroit Mercy. Making sure student voices are heard requires that no campus of Michigan are split, not just a few. Thank you again for your hard work and transparency.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 21, Katie Ellison.
Hello, my name is Katie Ellison, and I'm a junior at Central Michigan University, and I'm also a redistricting fellow with Campus Vote Project, and I am asking you to please keep colleges together. I'd like to point out some serious concerns and advocate for you to avoid making a decade-long mistake, and I'm focusing today on state Senate and state House map proposals. Starting with state Senate maps, Palm splits Oakland University and Grand Valley State University, Lang splits Oakland and University of Michigan. Notably, Cherry, Linden, Zatella, Pine, and Kellam all effectively split Oakland University and U of M and GVSU. Pine is the worst, however, splitting multiple smaller universities along with these big three. For state house plans, Oakland University and GVSU are split in every single plan. This is not acceptable. I thank the commission for their work, but more must be done. No one is arguing that colleges are not communities of interest, so please keep them together. There is still time to act and to tell young people in our state that we value their votes and their voices. Thank you so much for your work.
Thank you for addressing the commission. It's my understanding that we have another in-person commenter, number 30. Oh, you got to press the button to turn it on. There you go.
Good morning. Oh, I can hear it now. My name is Beverly Lewis and I'm from Flint, Michigan. I agree with the congressional map Birch V2 because it keeps Flint together. I also agree with the Senate map Linden because it keeps Flint whole and guarantees representation for the city of Flint. House map Hickory could be acceptable with some additional modifications. The Black voting population was lowered in the 2 House districts covering Flint, which diminishes the Black voting power and possible representation. None of the proposed maps are partisan fair. I recommend that the commission take more time to redraw the House maps to represent fair partisanship. The current enacted House map for Flint and Genesee County that I would like used is P7273. Thank you so much for your work.
Thank you for addressing the commission. We are now going to move back to the remote public commentary with number 22, Richard Williamson.
I am Richard Williamson from Granville in Kent County. Thank you, commissioners, for your work drawing maps to give all communities in Michigan fair representation. You have taken public feedback in drafting maps. Now you must choose from among those proposed maps. I encourage you to approve one of your collaborative maps for State House. Your collaborative House maps, particularly Hickory, best reflects communities of interest here in Kent County as well as across Michigan. Your collaborative maps reflect the input of residents from across Michigan in a way the Zatella map does not. The Zatella map splits the Hispanic community and ignores our suburban communities. Your collaborative maps reflect your combined efforts, incorporating each of your unique perspectives to create better maps than any one individual can. It is important to approve from among your proposed collaborative maps as they have been before the public for several months and best reflect our communities of interest. The Zatella House map has not faced adequate public scrutiny, whereas the Hickory map has benefited from public input to create a map that is fair and reflects communities of interest. Thank you for your dedication and hard work.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 23, which is Meredith Kennedy.
Ani bonjour, waganak singodawa kanishna bekwe baka oginishna nawan dishnakash midiziendoram Atlanton and Donjaba. My name is Meredith Kennedy. I am here representing the Indigenous voices throughout Michigan. I've met all of you good people before in person with many of my relatives. I want to let you know that we are pleased that you have listened to some of the voices throughout Michigan as keeping intact with our values as Anishinaabe and being on our lands. I would like you to know that we are in agreement with Birch V2 as it keeps many of our communities of interest intact, including our federally recognized tribes and some of our state and tribally recognized tribes. I want to say thank you for that. I'd like you to know that as Indigenous people throughout Michigan, we would like you to concentrate on House maps, including that of Hickory. We feel that this map is best adjusted for some of our communities of interest. As I have let you know before, we want to make sure our relatives of Black and Brown voices are heard. Please concentrate on Hickory House map and continue your good work. Miigwech.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 24, Lisa.
That participant is not present. We'll move on to number 25, please.
Okay. Scylla Thomas. Tomas.
Hello, can you hear
Yes,
me?
Yes, we
Sorry.
can.
Okay, my name is Sila Tomas and I'm from Ann Arbor. Thank you, commissioners, for all your efforts. For the congressional maps, I like Birch V2, Satella, and Chestnut. For the state Senate map, I like Linden and Cherry. I reject the Palm map because of lack of partisan fairness. Putting a majority of people voting for the same party in one district is partly the cause for gerrymandering. We can elect moderate politicians who can be responsive to city and country folks. We could be a model for the whole country to overcome divisions and have Ann Arborites work cooperatively together with inhabitants of Jackson County. Still, after all this time, none of the State House maps are satisfactory because they lack partisan fairness. I encourage the Commission to go back to the drawing table and draw maps with partisan fairness so we don't repeat the same mistakes of having gerrymandered districts. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 26, Mary Murphy.
Participants number 26, 27, and 28 are not present. We can move on to number 29.
Okay, Teresa Reed.
Hi there. I'm a longtime resident of Washtenaw County. The top reason for the existence of the MICRC is the need for electoral maps that are fair to all voters. You've done a great job at this with the Birch and Zetela maps for the US Congress. You've done an excellent job with the state Senate maps as well. Palm is extremely biased, but both Linden and Cherry unpack Washtenaw, which is a clear win for partisan fairness. As a resident of Washtenaw County, I strongly support both the Linden and Cherry maps. Unfortunately, you've fallen down on the Michigan State House maps, as you heard. Hickory, the least bad, still has far too much Republican bias. All three maps give a majority of seats to Republicans before a single vote is cast, disenfranchising tens of thousands of voters. This is the opposite of what the MICRC was established to do. I implore you to complete your task as you began it, with the determination to create maps that protect all voters' voices. Thank you so much for your work.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 30, David Rossiter, I think is how you say it, Rossiter.
David, if you're able to unmute, you're free to address the commission.
Thank you for that. My name is David Rossiter. I'm a resident of Washtenaw County. First, let me thank the Commission for taking on this complex task and for providing opportunities for the community to access this work and to comment. I've done my best to understand what's going on in the proposed maps. As best I can tell, it appears that the Senate maps, Cherry and Linden, are the most balanced. The Palm map, on the other hand, seems to run counter to the expressed wishes of Michiganders in that it tilts heavily in one direction. It's critical that all maps meet the standards set forth in the mandate given you by the citizens. The House maps overall still need more work. The Hickory map appears to be the most balanced in its approach, but needs improvement. Please take more time and continue your efforts to ensure that the end result of all your hard work is a fair and equitable representation for all. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 31, Judy Dobmere.
Hi, my name is Judy Dovenmeyer.
Hi, my name is Judy Dovenmeyer, and I am speaking today in favor of the Birch congressional map, the Cherry Senate map, and the Hickory House map. None of them is perfect. They all need more work regarding partisan fairness. Some have said that Livingston County doesn't belong with Washtenaw in the Hickory House map. However, we currently share a Senate district with 2/3 of Western Washtenaw, and those same commenters have not complained about that. But mainly, I want to encourage you to take time today to discuss a process for voting on fair maps. Your process should help you choose the fairest plan, and it should allow discussion of all the plans before any votes take place. It shouldn't come down to a quick draw McGraw contest where the first person to make a motion on a map carries the day. Every plan should be discussed before any vote takes place. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 32, Scott Stensas.
Hello, I don't know if my camera is on. There it is. I'm a lifelong Michigander and have voted in every election since 1968. I live in Grand Rapids, although I've lived all over the state. I really applaud the work of the commission. I applied to be on it. I'm really happy at this point that my number didn't come up for that job. Appreciate your courage, persistence, and SISU, the UP term, and your work. I'd like to speak in favor of the Linden and Cherry maps for the state Senate as being creating the most competitive, the Hickory map for the state house, and probably the Chestnut for the US Congress. In my view, competitiveness of more districts is a benefit for us citizens. Fewer slam dunk districts and more competitive districts, more partisan fairness. Thank you very much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 33, Valerie Lafferty.
Valerie, if you can unmute, you're free to address the commission.
Oh, that would help. I'm a resident of the Lansing area. For Senate, Linden and Cherry; for the House, Hickory. Though it's the best of not the greatest. In Congress, Chestnut and Birch. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 34, George Rogers.
Participants 34 and 35 are not present. We can move on to 36.
Nate Falling.
Hi there. Hello, my name is Nate Falling. I live in Kentwood, Michigan in the 2nd Congressional District. I would like to firstly thank the Commission for the time spent creating the proposed maps and listening to feedback. And I would hope the Commission will enact maps that produce fair, nonpartisan election outcomes for the state of Michigan. To achieve that goal, I would like to personally advocate for the Commission to move forward with the state of Michigan Senate maps, Linden or Cherry. Both are acceptable. And for the Michigan State House map, Hickory, of the maps proposed, is by far the most fair. Maps that the Commission should explicitly reject the Michigan State Senate map, Home, and the Michigan State House map, Magnolia. This is due to their partisan leanings within the drawings of the voting districts. Thank you for your time, and I hope the Commission upholds democracy and supports the will of the population to produce fair and nonpartisan maps. Thank you so much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 37, Joel Ombre.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, my name is Joel Ombre, and I'm from Grand Rapids. Thank you for all your hard work. Your job is not an easy one. We appreciate your openness to citizen feedback. I have comments on 2 of your maps. I urge the Commission to adopt Apple V2 map for Michigan's congressional district. This map is a good choice for the following reasons. It does a good job of giving minority populations in West Michigan a voice in Washington. Also, there are strong similarities between the Metro Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo areas, including manufacturing, healthcare and healthcare research, and educational institutions. The second map, the Zetella State House map, is one I urge you to reject. The reasons for this include some Grand Rapids suburbs like Cascade and Ada are grouped with farmland when they really have more in common with the Grand Rapids metro area. This map also splits Wyoming and dilutes the Hispanic population's representation. As the second largest city in the area, Wyoming should have a voice in the State House. Thank you and happy holidays to you all.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 38, Emily Van Ark.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome, thanks. I'm Emily Van Ark. I'm from Ypsilanti. I'm asking today for you to support Linden and Cherry for Senate. Anything is better than Palm. I've lived in both Ann Arbor and in Ypsilanti. They are distinct communities and they shouldn't be packed together. As a lot of people have said, Hickory is the best of the underwhelming options for House. Making it even better and more fair would be great. I supported Proposition 2 from the point where I was collecting signatures for it on the initial petition. And I did that because I wanted us to have maps that would encourage politicians to listen to people across party boundaries. And I hope that the output of this achieves that goal. I also applied to be on the commission, and so I know that it's been a big commitment for all of you, to be honest. I'd like to thank you for your service. Thanks.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 39, Lawrence Rucker.
That participant is not present.
Okay. Let's move on to 40, Rebecca Grayson.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. My name is Rebecca Grayson. I am from Grand Rapids, Michigan, Kent County. I really appreciate your hard work in the creating these district redistricting maps to create more fairness here in Michigan. The fairness maps, in my opinion, for the state Senate would be the Linden and Cherry. Are much better in terms of partisan fairness than the Palm map, which is the most unfair map in front of the commission right now. Palm has the highest Republican bias and would create an unfair playing field for the state house. The Hickory has the best partisan fairness scores for the three options and the most majority black districts as well. Thank you so much for your time and keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 41, Susan Steigerwalt.
That participant is not present.
Okay, Roderick Casey, number 42.
Yes, Roderick Casey, Ypsilanti Township. And I support the Linden and Cherry for our state senate and federal senate. And also the Hickory for our house. And please, we don't need the Palm map. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 43, Jordan Scrimger.
Jordan.
Good morning,
we can hear you.
commissioners. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. My name is Jordan, coming from Farmington Hills in Metro Detroit with work based in Lansing, and I want to share two thoughts with you today. While you have had a lot to do with the condensed timeline, in comparison to the decade ahead that these maps will affect, this is a short window. For that reason, I encourage the commission to discuss a plan for how to vote on the maps, but not put pressure on yourselves to finalize that decision today. Table it for your next gathering so that we, the public, can help weigh in on your adoption process. Rushing this decision will result in maps that are selected based on procedural dynamics rather than what's most fair. Finally, if you are set on no longer making edits to these maps, after doing my best to sift through them, here are my preferences. For Congress, Chestnut, and why I believe the commission wanted to unpack Detroit voters for the VRA, heeding their concerns about being able to elect Black representatives is incredibly important. And with that, I appreciate Cullum's Senate map, but also like aspects of Linden. As far as the state house, I think history makes the most sense at this point. So thanks for listening.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 44, Joanne Barheit.
That participant is not present.
Thank you. Number 45, Ronald Fox.
Good morning. My name is Ronald Fox. I live in Okemos, Michigan, and I became involved in this issue back when Proposal 2 passed, and I was thrilled to see ourselves being in a position perhaps of having non-gerrymandered districts. Addressing that in the Senate, I would propose that we adopt the Linden and or Cherry maps. I think those present the most fairness. The Palm proposal is very biased. In the House, the Hickory is the best of those available. Although I think there's a lot of bias in almost all of them. For the congressional maps, I would prefer Chestnut and Birch, and by all means avoid the Apple maps. Thanks for your help, and we'll hopefully we can get this done.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 46, Tom Weeks.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello?
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. My name is Tom Weeks. I live in Washtenaw County in Pittsfield Township, which is in the Ann Arbor School District with an Ypsilanti postal code. So I sort of speak for a fair amount of Washtenaw County. The citizens of Michigan adopted Proposal 18-2 because we wanted independent commissioners to conduct fair redistricting. I appreciate your hard work, and I have some suggestions on the final results. I'd like to first lift up two important principles of redistricting, reflecting diverse population and communities of interest, specifically racial equity and partisan fairness. As these two principles are both important to me personally and high priorities in the Michigan constitutional criteria, I urge you to respect them by voting for the Linden or failing that Cherry Senate map and against Palm, as well as voting for ID.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is number 47, which is Nomi Joyrich.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I'm speaking on behalf of the Michigan Unitarian Universalist Social Justice Network. We are a nonpartisan, faith-based statewide organization, and thank you for your dedication to this sacred work and appreciate the way you've listened to public comments. We applaud your work on the congressional maps. The Zatella map is the best and the only map to have a perfect partisan fairness score. The Birch map is also fair. Several state Senate maps come close to the fairness, especially the Linden, Kellum, and Zatella maps, but they still favor one party and require tweaking. We ask you to do more work on the House maps. While Hickory comes the closest, none of the House maps would result in an outcome that accurately reflects the way we vote. None of the House maps are acceptable. We don't wish to delay the process, but the worst outcome would be to settle for inherently unfair maps. Please continue to do your good work.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Matt Boltman.
Morning, I'm Max Boltman. I grew up right on the county line of Kent and Ottawa County on Leonard Street, and I just wanted to voice my support for keeping Northern Kent County as one Senate district as seen in the Senate map proposed by Commissioner Lang. Feel that lumping together the northern part of GR with, pardon me, a distinctly different community in Ottawa County wouldn't be fair to either of those communities. You know, if I turned left out of my driveway growing up, was looking at mostly multi-acre properties and open fields and the West Walker Sportsman Club versus to the right, it's duplexes and tightly packed together homes and right into the city of Grand Rapids. So to me, those represent clearly different interests for those constituencies. And I think the right thing to do for people on both sides of that county line is to not jam their differing needs together under shared representation. Thanks for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 49. Mira Jordan.
Good morning. My name is Mira Jordan. I live in Grand Rapids and grew up in Holland, Michigan. These are both communities that really care deeply about the welfare of Michigan, but they're different communities. And I likewise would like to advocate for keeping Kent County together to allow our communities to co-advocate. And I would also like to thank you all for the very difficult work that you're doing in this area. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 50. Klaus Walhout.
Hello, Commission. Thank you for having comments today, and thank you for the work you're doing. This worked out well. I'd actually like to agree with the two previous speakers. I would like to advocate for the corrected Lang map, which I feel captures the intricacies of Kent and Ottawa counties much better than the other maps do. Currently, all the other maps kind of smush together Eastern Ottawa County with Northern Kent County, separating towns like Coopersville, Allendale, Marne, and from other rural agricultural communities of interest that they share with Ottawa counties, and instead placing them together with Metro Grand Rapids. Grand Rapids is a large growing city that I've spent most of my life in, and its metro area constitutes 2 Senate districts unto themselves. Ottawa is a large growing county that deserves its own district as well. They're both big and unique enough on their own to warrant separate communities of interest. There's no reason to separate these communities and to put them together as cities and farmlands. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 51, which is Quentin Turner.
Hello, commissioners. My name is Quentin Turner, and I'm the program director for Common Cause Michigan. I'd like to start by applauding the commission for your decision not to conduct final map votes by secret ballot. This decision will bring an important level of transparency and accountability to this process. Furthermore, I'd like to offer suggestions as to best practices from other states in voting to select a map. First, the commission should take the time to have a detailed review and discussion of each map before any votes are taken, including considerations of public testimony, as well as review of how the map complies with the constitutional mapping criteria. Second, each map should receive a vote from the full commission, as it will go a long way to upholding public trust. Choosing a final map should not be a function of order in which votes are taken. Finally, if the in-depth review and voting process brings to light the need to make changes, particularly changes that improve partisan fairness, compliance with the Voting Rights Act, or protection for communities of interest, we highly encourage you to make those changes rather than push forward with less representative maps. We share.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Suzanne Almeida.
Good morning. Thank you so much for allowing me the time to talk and for all of your great work in drawing maps for Michiganders. My name is Suzanne Almeida, and I'm the Redistricting and Representation Council for Common Cause. So I work with my colleague, Quentin Turner, who you just heard from, but I work on the national team, meaning that I oversee and work with states across the country. As commissioners, you have taken on an incredibly difficult and important role in crafting maps that not only represent the values that Michiganders have put forth under Proposal 2, but also under make sure that they are fair, representative, and protect communities of interest. I want to talk today a little bit about the voting procedures and processes that we're hoping that you will undertake. As you know, while the Michigan Constitution outlines broad categories of how that process needs to happen, there's still a lot of room for discretion and discernment on your part in making sure that this process is open and transparent. First, we'd recommend that you discuss each step map in detail prior to a vote. This would include not only looking at public testimony, but also looking at compliance with constitutional criteria, specifically partisan fairness, and the Voting Rights Act and protections of communities of interest. Additionally, each map should receive a vote of the full commission. Again, thank you so much for your work.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 53, Paul.
Participants 53 and 54 are not present. We can move on to 55.
53 and 54. Mark P.
Good morning, everybody. Well, good morning, commissioners. My name is Mark Payne. I'm a resident of Detroit. Thank you for your service to the state of Michigan. The Voter Rights Act is a part of Criteria 1, and the Michigan Department of Civil Rights said that, quote, in their current form, the maps dilute majority-minority districts and strip the ability of minority voters to elect legislators who reflect their community and affect any meaningful opportunity to impact public policy and lawmaking, end quote. I once again, along with other Michiganders, request that you please take the time to ensure just representation. I request that you take one more day to adjust and discuss state house maps. You have to address voting rights districts by reviewing primary data, which is essential in evaluating whether minority communities will be able to elect candidates of choice. Lastly, I ask that the commission review and have a robust discussion of all collaborative maps and how they meet all criteria ahead of the vote. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is number 56, which is Sarah Torres.
Hello, commissioners. My name is Sarah Torres with API Vote Michigan. Today, I'd like to express grave concerns regarding your state house maps for the greater Grand Rapids area. Each one of them effectively disenfranchises communities of color. The voters of Grand Rapids and all Michigan communities deserve better and more equitable districts that are free from partisan interference. All maps need to accurately reflect the communities they represent. Like many communities of color throughout Michigan, West Michigan has been split and segregated into districts that separate communities and diffuse the voting power of African American, Hispanic, and Asian voters. Although it's encouraging to see some positive changes to the current house maps, they are woefully inadequate to address the current disenfranchisement of communities at the hands of partisan gerrymandering politicians. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 57, James Halleck.
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Jim Halleck and I live in Ann Arbor. After studying the maps as proposed by the commission, I believe the following about the three separate maps. On congressional maps, of the U.S. congressional maps, I believe the best map is the Sistella map, which is partisan fair, but could live with chestnut or birch. Of the state Senate maps, I favor the Linden map, and Palm is the worst. On the state house maps, unfortunately, none of the house maps are good with partisan fairness, so I would urge the commission to continue to refine the maps to come up with a better version. If not, Hickory is the least worst. I want to thank the commissioners for all their hard work and have a happy new year coming up. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 58, Mike Hinterman.
Good morning. It appears that from what I've been able to read over this process, that the Linden and Cherry maps are better in terms of partisan fairness, where the Palm map is a high Republican bias, and the Hickory is the least worst of the House maps, as been noted earlier. Thank you for your work to this point, and good luck going forward.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 59, Joel Arnold.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Joel Arnold. I'm a resident of the city of Flint, and I wanted to note for your congressional maps, your Chestnut or Birch version 2 maps are best, and for your state Senate maps, your Linden and Cherry version 2 maps are best. However, as others have noted, packing all of the city of Flint into a single district in the state house is a clear mistake. Our city would be subjected to a partisan gerrymander for the next decade, when this is not even necessary to ensure Flint representation or a majority minority district. A submitted map P7273 achieves the goal of ensuring representation for our communities of color and allows for the city to elect a second representative, as has been the case for the last decade. Please revise your maps for the state house to reflect map P7273 to ensure quality representation for Flint without creating a partisan gerrymander. Thank you so much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 60, Percy Johnson.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, right off. So right away, throw out the Palms map. The Palm map, we're disappointed in that. That we don't need as a map, right? Okay, and the Chestnut and the Perch map, the Linden maps, those are maps that we can live with. It's once again, sound like you got 3 out of the 2 maps. Okay, the map for the house, you got to keep this about the people and not the politicians. No way that our big cities should have less than a 50% vote for their communities. You must please make sure that you give the big cities a fair vote and a fair opportunity to represent their community. And please go back to 90 seconds. And I'm looking forward to seeing you in Detroit. I hope when you come to
It
Detroit,
appears that he might have frozen it. Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 61 is Denise.
That participant is not present. We can move to 62.
62 is Jasmine McKenney.
Hello.
We
Can you hear
you.
me? Okay. First of all, I want to thank you all for your time this morning. And I want to ask you to consider map P7273. I am a Flint resident. I'm a lifelong Flint resident. And I would like you to consider allowing the city of Flint to continue to have 2 representatives in Lansing. We have unique challenges that face our community, and the more representation that we can have to make sure that those issues that we've had are addressed is important. Again, thank you all for your time. Hope you have happy holidays, and look forward to seeing what comes out next.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Douglas O'Keefe, number 63. Nicholas O'Keefe.
Hello, thank you. My name is Nicholas O'Keefe. I live in Detroit, Michigan. Thank y'all for listening to us. And I feel like y'all have, start my video too. I feel like y'all have largely understood the assignment, fixing the partisan gerrymandering and returning democracy to our state. This is true except for the Palm map. Palm is so confusingly contrary to the ethos of the other maps when considering partisan fairness and communities of interest. And I urge you to reject it. All the other maps aren't great, but they're fine. But Palm is a step backwards. And someone earlier mentioned putting aside partisan fairness considerations so we can have a democracy for the people. I wonder what people they were talking about, because partisan fairness is what a democracy for the people means. Partisan fairness means that when you get 55% of the vote, you get 55% of the seats. It means the better person has a chance to win the election, rather than the person with the right letter next to their name. I hope that everyone on the commission has the same bona fide belief in democracy that I do, that the will of the people, all of the people, should be what matters, and catering to any one county or one area should not take a higher priority than the representation of the entire state.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 64, Peter Batia.
Thank you and good morning. I'm Peter Bhatia, the editor of the Detroit Free Press. I'm also the Michigan editor of the USA Today Network, so I represent newspapers and newsrooms throughout the state. Last year, attorneys for the Secretary of State and the Attorney General advised you that constitutional provisions on redistricting imposed additional transparency requirements above and beyond what is usually required under FOIA and the OMA. The recent AG opinion reinforced that and explained what had to happen and why under the Constitution. Please do not ignore this when the result could be denying taxpayers critical information during this period of limited comment and could invite a lawsuit at a cost to taxpayers that ultimately could deny taxpayers their right to information under the Constitution. You were provided documents that you used in drawing proposed maps that have been kept from the public and told they could be discussed in a closed session. That's not permissible. Reminding you of your guiding principles, each commissioner should perform his or her duties in a manner that is impartial and reinforces public confidence in the integrity of the redistricting process.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 65, Sonia Shamero.
Hello, my name is Sonia Schmerl. I'm addressing you from Ann Arbor, Michigan. Having tried to make a map, I recognize the difficulty of your task. Partisan fairness is an important part of the commission's work. The proposed maps that come closest to this ideal are the US Congress Birch and Settle maps. Lang is the worst. In the state Senate, Linden and Cherry are the best maps. In the state House, Hickory is the least bad, but none of the maps is acceptable. Please keep working on these maps and keeping competitive districts in mind. Thanks for your hard work.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 66, D. Jones.
Participants 66 and 67 are not present. We can move to participant 68.
Okay, 68, Darcy Berwick.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm Darcy Berwick. I live in Pittsfield Township, but with a Saline mailing address. I've lived in Ypsilanti and worked in the Ann Arbor, Dexter, and Chelsea areas. I'm very familiar with Washtenaw County. I also have a connection with Jackson and Jackson County. So I think that the Linden State Senate map comes closest to a fair distribution for my area. Unfortunately, none of the proposed House districts have acceptable partisan fairness. So I listened to the Supreme Court live session yesterday, and it was very distressing, in part because of the clear partisan bias from the justices. Hearing that really highlighted how important it is for Michigan to have fair representation across the state, because the people we elect will be making decisions about our daily lives. You're doing the good work for the state of Michigan, and I appreciate you for that. Please consider reworking the House districts. Your decisions are going to significantly impact all of Michigan for the next decade. Thank you for this.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 69, Curtis Fernandez.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, this is Curtis from API Vote Michigan. We ask that you take time to determine a process for voting on final maps and make that process available for public comment before adoption. The process should not focus on procedural power moves, but should include making sure all plans of each district type receive thorough discussion on how each map fares against the ranked criteria before any vote takes place. We also urge you to select the best state house map. As of now, Hickory is the best option, but with all state house maps, you need to address partisan fairness and VRA concerns. Bonglatown is now in one district, which is great, but Southwest Detroit was cut off as a result, and that's not what we wanted. We need to keep Black and Brown votes together as BIPOC communities face similar socioeconomic issues and will find strength together. More work needs to be done and more time needs to be allocated as we will have to live with these maps for the next 10 years. Be mindful of all voters. Thank you for all that you do.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 70, Jan.
Yes, hi, my name is Jan Guazdakis. I worked hard as a volunteer with VNP to get Prop 2 on the ballot and passed. I believe our democracy in Michigan and the US is suffering from the extreme politics that are a natural result of partisan bias in the past 2 redistricting cycles. Our experience has allowed us to firmly conclude that extreme gerrymandering for partisan advantage results in extreme candidates who represent only their base because they are guaranteed to be elected if they win their primary. Competitive maps result in candidates who understand that they must appeal to and represent all of their constituents to be successful. While I appreciate we do not want to draw maps based on partisan fairness scores, those scores are an important measure of the success of your efforts. In that consideration, I support the Linden and Cherry maps for state Senate, while Palm fails on this measure. In the state house, we've come the closest with Hickory, but you
Thank you for addressing the commission. Doug Floto, number 71.
Hi, I'm Doug Floto. I'm from Commerce Township, and I really am interested in this process. But the important thing is that the partisan fairness has to be addressed. The maps make the district more than ever with the growing extremism that we have fair and representative maps that allow all voices to be heard without the preponderance of these extremists running for office and staying in office because of unfair maps. So the partisan fairness issue really must be put as the top priority in order to save our democracy. I really appreciate your efforts and thank you for the time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 72, Ann Teitmeyer.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Okay, I'm Ann Techmeyer, and I'm from Lansing, and I supported Proposal 2 and your work because I want the fair statewide maps that Michigan citizens expect from this commission. Unfortunately, all of the maps I have a Republican bias, which is not what was expected when this process was proposed. Since they are all biased, I hope you at least choose the ones that are fair. For the State House, Hickory is the fairest according to your own measures and has the most majority Black districts. The bias in Magnolia and Pine will deny voters the ability to elect Democratic majorities. In Congress, Chestnut and Birch are fair and have more competitive seats. Apple should be rejected. In the Senate, Linden and Cherry are much fairer than Palm. Palm has the greatest Republican bias of all 15 maps under consideration. Thank you for letting me comment. I guess Hickory needs to be fixed. Other than that, thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 73, Christian Kassler.
Hello, good morning, members of the commission. Thank you for hearing my public comment today. I would just like to express my disappointment with the State House maps specifically and how they relate to the Grand Rapids area. I am a citizen of the greater Grand Rapids area. And right now, the communities of interest, specifically communities of color in Wyoming and Kentwood, are currently disenfranchised under the Republican-made State House map. These communities were tied into rural districts to the south, and that effectively disenfranchised communities of color in these districts. Under the new proposed maps, none of them really do a great job of keeping Kentwood together. They usually lump Kentwood in with East Grand Rapids to the north, which has been a historically segregated community. And I would just ask that you reconsider these house maps and keep the growing diversity in Wyoming and Kentwood in mind when you are completing these maps. Thank you for your time today. And that is.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is number 74, which is Ray Ann Wymouth.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you so much. Rayanne Weymouth, Ann Arbor, Michigan. I spoke before the commission in person at Cadillac Place in September. My message today is essentially the same. We need fair maps without partisan bias. The lines you establish are for the next 10 years. I'm 73 years old. I want my vote to carry its proper weight during the next decade. To meet the mandates of the Constitution, preferable maps are for U.S. Congress, Birch and Satella, State Senate, Linden and Cherry, State House, Hickory is the least objectionable, but still heavily skewed Republican. Vote for fair maps, veto unfair maps. That is your constitutional imperative. Thank you very much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 75, Robert Kennedy.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
We are currently at a tipping point in our state and in our country. We can either strengthen our representative democracy or we can let it slide backwards. In 2018, over 60% of us believed we were adding strength by passing Proposal 2, designed to take our redistricting process out of the hands of politicians where the districts have been stacked and packed to the point of giving the vote of one person more value than the vote of another. One half of that goal has been accomplished. We have you, 13 Michigan residents, asked to draw new and fair districts for the next decade. Now it is up to you whether you choose to implement the other half and give each person's vote the same value. To do this, please choose the maps with the lowest value in the partisan fairness matrix. Efficiency gap, lopsided margins, and mean median comparisons. I recommend Senate would be the Linden map, reject the Palm map. House, Hickory, although that's the least bad, you can refine that one, and Chestnut for the Congress. Thank you very much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 76, Daniel Hess.
That participant is not present. We can move to number 77.
77 is Karen Obitz.
Hi, my name is Karen Obitz. I am a resident of Spring Lake, which is in the North Ottawa County, part of the Tri-Cities. And I like the Chestnut congressional map because it encompasses well my community of interest, which is both the area of my residence and the Grand Rapids and Muskegon urban areas, which I also frequent regularly for recreational purposes. Of the collaborative state maps, I prefer the Linden, but I also endorse Commissioner Kellum's Senate map because it scores equally well as the Linden in terms of partisan fairness, while potentially increasing the opportunity for African-American Detroiters to elect candidates of choice. The Palm map is bad for the Mitten State. Of the House maps, I request that you only consider the fairest option if you are not going to do any more drawing, and that would be the Hickory map. If more drawing is allowed, I'm hopeful that you can do your very best to give fair representation for historically marginalized communities, as that's an outcome I would like the Commission to prioritize as much as possible. And I thank you very much for your work. I really have.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 78, Kathleen Curell.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excuse me. Okay, first I want to say right on and bravo to Nick O'Keefe for his comments. Hi, I'm Kathleen Curell from Midland, and I want to say that I appreciate the work you're doing would be putting it very lightly. Excuse me. I have the utmost respect for your service to the citizens of Michigan. As I've listened and participated in comments, there's no getting away from the fact that the huge majority of citizens are imploring you to improve partisan fairness of the maps. It's really the whole reason Proposal 2 was started when Katie Fahey made a Facebook post that said, "Who wants to take on gerrymandering?" You will never make everyone happy, but please take whatever extra time you need to improve the measures of partisan fairness. I'm asking for the Hickory map with more work on removing a Republican lean, and Chestnut for Congress, Linden for Senate. Thank you again. What you are doing gives me hope for the future of democracy.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 79, Dusty Horwitz.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. I'm Dusty Horwit from Lansing. I want to thank the commission for listening to the Lansing community while drawing your maps. As the commission knows from its own analysis, every map has a measurable Republican bias. The commission should work to reduce and eliminate any partisan bias from your maps. I therefore ask you to choose the fairest maps. In the Senate, Linden and Cherry are the fairest. Palm, on the other hand, is the most biased of any map, and I urge you not to choose that one. In the State House, all of the maps are unfair, but Hickory has the least bias of all the maps. If you have to choose one, I would recommend that one. In Congress, Chestnut and Birch are good options. Apple has substantially greater Republican bias, so I would urge you to choose Chestnut or Birch for Congress. Thank you for considering my comments.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 80, Sue Jennings.
Participants 80 and 81 are not present. We can move on to number 82.
Okay, 82, Ryan Flaherty.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. As someone who canvassed for Proposition 2, I thank all the committee members who are operating in good faith. Somehow the world and the state keep gravitating to the right, though. Birch map is a well-balanced map. Many people get upset about splitting Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti, but this map keeps them together in District 6. There's a good balance of rural and urban as well, which is evidenced in the Jackson, District 5, and District 11. For State Senate, the Linden and Cherry version 2 maps are good counterbalances. Some people will feel like joining Jackson Ann Arbor and splitting Ypsilanti will be overly advantageous to Democrats, but one need look no further than District 17, 18, or 16 to see that there's plenty to make Democrats angry. Let's compete for this. Finally, for State House, I'll echo a lot of other people in saying, go back to the drawing board. I think it's very hard to draw so many districts that capture communities of interest and geographical distance, but I think Hickory favors Republicans too much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 83, Patrick McNeil.
Good afternoon. My name is Patrick McNeil. I'm with the North Flint Neighborhood Action Council, and I'm happy to be here this afternoon. As some of my colleagues from the Flint area have already stated, we prefer the Birch version 2 map for congressional, Linden for the Senate map, and the best of the worst is Hickory. We are asking that we take some time and really look at how the Black voting population was lowered in the 2 House districts covering Flint, diminishing Black voting power and the potential of representation. So we are of the belief that none of the maps that have been proposed on the House side are truly partisan. We recommend that the commission take time to redraw the maps to represent fair partisanship and VRA. The current enacted House map is better than any of the proposed House maps for the residents of Flint and Genesee County. And if we have to stick with one, we have put P7273 as our preferred map. Please take the time to do this right. Get rid of partisanship. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 84, Athena McKay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for taking time out to listen to the citizens of Flint and Michigan at whole. As Patrick said, if I could just say ditto, Flint, we have been in this fight for quite some time to recover from the Flint water crisis, which was proposed on us, enacted on us by the government. So there's a lack of trust that you felt that energy when you came here. We thank you so much for listening to our comments. Again, Birch 2 is our preferred congressional. The Senate is Linden and Hickory with some modifications that were just listed. We are working as a community to draw out a complete map of the state, which includes the insertion of P7273 to assist you with the diligence that you've already done so much to draw these lines for us. And thank you for the technical support in the background.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 85, Frank Hawthorne.
Frank, if you can unmute yourself, you're free to address the commission.
Yes, how's that?
We can hear you.
Okay, thanks. I too want to thank the commission for your service, and good morning to everybody. I live in Petoskey up in Emmett County, and due to a decade of highly gerrymandered politics here in Michigan, we all want the same thing, fair mapping. In the Senate, I believe that Linden and Cherry are much better in terms of partisan fairness than Palm, which seems to be the most unfair map in front of you. Palm seems, as many have said, to have a high degree of Republican bias and likely would create an unfair playing field. In the House, Hickory has the best partisan fairness scores. And in the end, I too believe that there'll be no perfect redistricting solution, but we can all do better. I think we can agree. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 86, which is Sarah Holmes.
That participant is not present at the moment. We're going to move on to 87.
Okay, 87, which is Crystal Rivas.
'87 is not present either. We can move on to 88.
Okay, 88 is Douglas Helserman.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. We can hear you, sir. You can go ahead.
Doug, it looks like you've remuted yourself. If you can unmute yourself, you're free to address the commission.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you for restarting my time. Thank you for all your work. I'm from Livingston County, and I like the maps that keep Livingston County together, like Palm and Magnolia. Looking at the Hickory map, it is the most gerrymandered looking map. And for that reason, the public will reject it when it's seen. We've heard a lot about partisan fairness. That is not a requirement in the Constitution. Each district is to be nonpartisan. And that being impossible, we have to change the goalposts and either make it this new term, or we have to make the number of districts Republican or Democrat equal, which the Palm and Magnolia do. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. We're going to go back to Sarah Holmes, number 86, because it's my understanding she is now available.
Hello?
Yes.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm hearing someone else speaking, but maybe you can't. Okay, good morning. And I'm Sarah Holmes from Washtenaw County, and I want to thank you for your hard work. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. And I want to thank you, commissioners, for your hard work. I am in Washtenaw County, and I'm speaking today to urge you to select the Birch map for U.S. Congress. We think that is definitely the most fair. And because I'm from Washtenaw County, I do want to recommend the Cherry version 2 or Linden map for state senate. Both of those maps make it much more likely that there will be partisan fairness in Washtenaw County. The Palm map is the worst.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 89, Aaron Doobie.
Thank you so much, board, for all of your hard work. I know this couldn't have been easy for you guys, but thank you so much. All the eyes are on you, not just in Michigan, but across the country. So thank you for stepping up to do this huge service for democracy and for all of your Michiganders. Specifically, I want to say that I speak out against Palm, just based on the bias there. Reiterate what others have said, especially Ms. Swastakis. The partisanness that we keep seeing is just breeding more and more extremism and more echo chambers and further left and right. So I applaud you for coming up with maps that are so fair. I don't think Palm reaches that limit though. So please don't consider that. Thank you so much and have a wonderful holiday.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 90, Essence Wilson.
Good afternoon. My name is Essence Wilson and I am a resident of Flint. I wanted to share that I believe for the congressional maps, either Chestnut or Birch version 2 are best, and for the state Senate maps, either Linden or Cherry version 2. When it comes to the state house map, I am gravely concerned. Flint has long had 2 representatives and this should be retained. Flint needs to preserve a majority minority district, but the entire city should not be packed into a single district to accomplish this goal. Your house maps will result in a clear and obvious partisan gerrymander if not modified. Submitted map P7273 should be a guide for this commission as it relates.
Are you still there, Essence?
I am, yes. I was disconnected by your team.
Okay.
So I'd like to go back to, I believe I had 24 seconds left.
Go ahead.
Submitted map P7273 should be the guide for this commission as it relates to the city of Flint. Please do not subject us to 10 years of a partisan gerrymander in our city when you can do better. The approval of any of the house maps currently proposed will represent the conclusion of your work, but the start of 10 years of unfair underrepresentation of Flint residents.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 91, Carrie Hatcher-Kay.
Hello, this is Carrie
Yes,
Hatcher-Kay.
we can hear you.
Okay, great. I am Carrie Hatcher-Kay and I live in Ann Arbor. And I want to thank the commission for your hard work on behalf of the state of Michigan. And I'm speaking on behalf of my community with the VAC, Voting Access for All Coalition, and my Unitarian Universalist congregation. My top message for the commission is to please continue to work on the state house maps. None of the proposed house maps are fair. And none of the, all the house maps give the majority of seats to the minority of voters. With 110 house districts, this is a complex challenge, but it is critical. Please take this time period, I'm sorry to say, to go back and keep working. You've made really good progress by taking the time you have already to consider comments on the congressional and state Senate maps, and we need more progress on the state house maps. Hickory map is the least bad, but still has too much bias for the smaller disenfranchising.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 92, Brian Dickinson.
Brian, if you can unmute, you're free to address the commission. If you're joining us by phone, you can unmute by pressing *6. Brian, if you can hear me, you can unmute yourself by pressing *6 if you're on the phone. It looks like Brian may be experiencing technical difficulties. I would recommend we move on to number 93.
93, Micah Perkins.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Micah Perkins with the Michigan Building Trades. I represent over 10,000 skilled labor people from across the west side and the northern part of Michigan. I have two comments about Kent County as it relates to the House maps and the congressional maps. With the House maps, to echo many other people, they continue to need more work. Specifically, with the Satella map, we need to keep Wyoming together. Wyoming is its own unique community, and splitting it up not only disenfranchises the city, but also disenfranchises the large Hispanic population there. Positively, on the congressional side, Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo do belong together. They form a strong corridor of technology, medical research, as well as many other common interests. You're doing a very difficult job. I appreciate your work. Please keep it going. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Is Brian Dickinson available? Or is he still having technical issues?
We can try one more time. Brian, if you can hear us, if you push *6 on your phone, you'll be unmuted and you're free to address the commission. Brian, you're now unmuted and free to address the commission.
Thank you. Thanks for doing all your work. I'd like to just please ask that you make the elected officials represent the electorate. You're getting closer, but I think you guys can do better. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. That concludes our public comment for this morning. However, I would like to mention that all emailed and mailed public comment is provided to the commission before each meeting. And the commissioners also review the public comment portal on our www.michigan.gov/MICRC website on a regular basis. We appreciate everyone who provides public comment in whatever manner they choose to do so, and invite people to continue sharing their thoughts, communities of interest, and maps. Without objection, it is currently 12:22. We will recess for 30 minutes. Hearing no objections, we are going to stand in recess until, let's say, 12:55. We are in recess. Thank you, everybody.
Jim, you got some.
I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 1:03 p.m. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Commissioners, please say present when I call your name. If you're attending today's meeting remotely, please announce during roll that you are attending remotely, as well as where you are attending remotely from. I will call on commissioners in alphabetical order, starting with Doug Clark, Juanita Curry,
Present and attending remotely from Detroit, Michigan.
Anthony Eade,
Present.
Brittany Kellum,
Present and attending remotely from Wayne County, Michigan.
Rhonda Lang,
Present, attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Steve Lett,
Present.
Cynthia Orton,
Present.
MC Rothhorn,
Present.
Rebecca Zatella,
Present.
Janice Follett,
Present.
Aaron Wagner,
Present, attending remotely from Charlotte, Michigan.
Richard Weiss,
Present.
Dustin Witches.
Present.
12 commissioners are present, and there is a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Reinhardt. All right, we are now going to move on to the next item on our agenda, which is unfinished business, item 5A, updated budget projections. Without objection, I will ask our Executive Director, Sue Hammersmith, to provide updated information on the budget. Please proceed, Ms. Hammersmith.
Thank you, Chair Satella. At the last meeting, commissioners asked about the additional cost if we were to have 2 meetings a month instead of 1 meeting a month after the turn of the year. I've built those costs into the budget, as you can see, for the AV cost, for hotel rooms, for some of the nights, for meals, mileage, parking costs. It would add about $67,000 to the budget. You also ask Communications and Outreach Director Woods if he might be able to find some savings or what he anticipated spending the balance of the year, since most of his expenses were in conjunction with the second round of public hearings. So Rebecca, if you might like to ask him to present what he has for the commission.
Sure, go ahead, Mr. Woods.
I have to hold it. Yes, for a minute. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Am I clear? Great. As a result of the commission's request, we looked at the expenses that we've already done for this year. We spent $49,999.99 with direct mail. We have $25,000 for New Michigan Media. Newspaper ads for $23,920.45. We have an event planner contract that's for $5,000, a Flint outreach contract for $4,650, and then critical mission, which we use for media clips, is $1,000. Expected expense is the technical writing for the report that we have to do to submit, as well as the documentary, and that is $49,999. As a result, we have $62,769.57. And I would like to recommend that the communication and outreach budget take a more than a 20% pay cut. I mean, it's a 20% reduction in the budget for $45,000. And that we do have $17,769.57 remaining for any particular expense or something that might come up that we don't anticipate at this time through September 30th.
Any questions or comments for Mr. Woods or for Sue? Commissioner Lay?
I just want to put it out there again. I'm not in agreement with the documentary. I don't think it moves our work forward in any way. I understand talking about best practices, but when we are looking at a deficit on budget, I do not see spending that money for something that's not needed. And that's just my opinion.
Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Rothorn, did you have a comment?
I just wanted to say that I do think that we have to have our version of events out there. And so I am in favor of getting the documentary and the report and having those resourced.
Any other questions or comments for Mr. Woods or for Executive Director Hammersmith? Commissioner Witches.
Is just based on the analysis that Doug has given in the past with the budgets, when is he coming
Commissioner
back?
Witches, can you speak more
I'm sorry,
directly?
when is Commissioner Clark supposed to come back sometime today, correct? He's not? Okay, never mind.
Commissioner Lett.
I would then move to table the budget if we were planning on voting on it until Commissioner Clark returns. He had several questions about it. And I think it would be fair to have the full commission take a look at it, decide what they wanted to do. So that would be my motion to table until the next meeting.
Second. So we have a motion to table. Did I hear a second? Who was the second? Yeah, I thought it was you, Commissioner Orton. Okay, never mind. I was going to say we have a separate agenda item for the end of December meeting, so that was the only thing I was going to be concerned about. Okay, so why don't we go ahead and any discussion or debate on the motion to table this until our next meeting, which I believe is December 16th? Madam Chair? Yes, General Counsel.
Just for the record to reflect the characterization, motion to postpone to the next meeting.
Yes,
Thank
motion
you.
to postpone. All right, seeing no discussion, let's go ahead and vote on the motion to postpone the discussion of the updated budget until December 16th, when Commissioner Clark will have returned. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, raise your hand and say nay. Okay, so it looks, Rhonda, so it looks like the ayes prevail, and we will be tabling this discussion, postponing it until December 16th. Okay, so then we will move on to new business. Agenda item 6A, attorney-client privilege, attorney general opinion, and appointment of a committee to review legal decisions and positions. All right, so just to give some background, it looks like I get to facilitate this discussion. So we have an attorney general opinion. We've all seen the media reports with respect to the closed session that we had on October 27th, as well as the two memos that preceded that closed session, which included one memo titled VRA, and the other one was longer, but I believe it was historical. Look at it really quick. It was historical information. So we have these two memos that are out there. We had a closed session, which is approximately an hour and 20 minutes long. We have since received an opinion from Attorney General Nessel with respect to our decision to withhold those from FOIA requests and otherwise not release them to the public on the basis of attorney-client privilege. And so at this point, I think we have some decision-making to make with respect to whether we will continue to withhold those memos or whether we intend to release them. And then also, I think we have a separate issue with respect to the hearing itself and whether we're going to open that up to the general public or whether we're going to maintain that the hearing itself will continue to be subject to attorney-client privilege. Does anyone have any comments or thoughts on the matter? Commissioner Lett, did you have a comment?
Yes. I requested that the item be brought before us on the release of the memorandum on the voting practices in the state of Michigan, which is what it was historically with minority voting. I will say at the time, prior to us reviewing that and going into closed session, it was not my desire to do closed session. However, upon further conversation, I did agree to do that. Once we went into closed session and reviewed the memorandum that was presented by attorneys, and I will say the memorandum was historical in nature. There's nothing in it that I consider privileged, nothing that was that I would consider litigation strategy. It was items that I considered to be things that we should take into account when drawing voting lines, drawing districts. The discussion that took place during that meeting was of a similar nature, us commission asking questions. We have since had a letter signed by all of our council setting forth reasons that we should not release the memo, which is really a historical document, or the tape of the conversation. Now, clearly, the privilege that was discussed in the letter from the attorneys supports the position that they should not be released. And as I take it from reading it, the reason being that we would be setting some type of precedent that the commission would be releasing in the future or would be forced to release in the future items that perhaps rose to a higher level of attorney-client privilege or privileged material. Clearly, that letter established that the privilege is the commission's privilege, not the attorney's privilege. In other words, we as a commission are the ones to say that this is privileged, we don't want it out there, or this isn't privileged and we do want it out there. My position is that, number one, I think the letter that was presented by the attorneys is accurate in their recitation of what attorney-client privilege is. However, I do disagree on one point, and that is each issue that comes before us that is a claim of privilege is fact-specific and needs to be dealt with as they arise. And therefore, there is no precedential value to any particular action we take on any particular claim of privilege. So we're not setting a precedent either way, whether we say we want this released or whether we say we don't want this released. So for those reasons, quite frankly, and I will make the motion at the appropriate time since there's further discussion and this was a discussion item, to release the information, not only the memo, but the recording. There was nothing in there that I believe was privileged. There was quite a bit historical comment in the paper that showed how Michigan had dealt with historically discriminatory voting in the past from the Civil War forward, and should be known. We undertook to have that information presented to us in order for us to make decisions on drawing districts, which is exactly what the constitutional amendment says we should be out in the public with. They passed that amendment and we've heard it time and time. Every time we have a meeting, we are reminded that 61% of the voters wanted an open and transparent process, and we shut that off. And whether you think that the Attorney General's opinion with her assumptions is correct or not, until some higher authority says something different, Attorney General's opinion in Michigan are in fact to be followed. So that's my position.
Thank you, Commissioner Lett. Does anyone else have any comments or concerns? Any discussion points? Commissioner Eid.
One moment.
Booty.
So I have a few questions actually, before any motion is put forth or anything like that, because I'm not a lawyer. So I would just like some clarification on something. The first question I have is who actually holds this privilege? Is it the commission as a whole? Is it individual commissioners? So that'd be my first question.
Madam Chair.
General Counsel.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to the commission. Yes, to answer Commissioner Eid through the chair, I've consistently indicated that the privilege rests with the body and that formal action for the body would be needed. And at the appropriate time, your legal team would like to make some comments as well. But we're open to answering Commissioner Eid's questions.
Commissioner Eid.
My next question is in regards to future legal discussions, regardless of whether we decide to release those memos or not. And the question is, if we release those memos, will our legal team still feel confident in giving us the most candid legal advice, or will it create a situation where they might feel like they're unable to do that? I agree with what Commissioner Lett said, in that no matter how we vote today, I don't think it sets a precedent to how we may vote on the future on issues of attorney-client privilege. But I would like the opinion of our legal team on that question, if they'd still feel comfortable providing us with the most accurate and legal candid advice, regardless of how we vote on this.
General Counsel?
Yes, good afternoon. So Kate McKnight as litigation counsel, and I know we also have a local counsel here with Mr. Fink and VRA counsel here with Mr. Adelson. They are also present remotely, so they can answer your question as well. I can answer your question definitively that if the commission decides to waive attorney-client privilege, our ability to give you counsel in incoming litigation will be hampered. And that is an understatement. But just to answer the question that you asked, yes, our ability to give you counsel and work with you and give you attorney work product and give you candid advice and develop litigation strategy will indeed be hampered. And I'm happy to answer there are a few other issues I can comment on, but I want to make sure we address your questions first.
So I have a follow-up on that, because I think there's been a lot of grouping of our legal team together. And I think, and if I'm incorrect on this, someone please correct me, that the attorney-client privilege in this instance, where we have 4 separate groups of attorneys. So we have our general counsel, Julianne Pastula. We have Baker Hostetler, which has been hired under a specific contract for litigation counsel. We have Fink Bresic, which has been hired under, again, a separate contract to provide local litigation counsel and then FOIA support as needed. And then lastly, we have Mr. Adelson, who has been hired under, once again, a separate contract to provide legal advice related to the Voting Rights Act. My understanding, and certainly, like I said, chime in if I'm wrong, is that the attorney-client relationship under each of those contracts and relationships is distinct. And the fact that we might be making decisions with respect to Mr. Adelson's memorandum with respect to the Voting Rights Act and the contract that he was hired under would not equate to any sort of waiver with respect to Fink Bresic or with respect to Baker Hostetler. And the reason why I see that a distinction is because those secondary contracts with the outside firms are under very different circumstances. Mr. Adelson was hired as a voting rights attorney to help us in the process of drawing maps. Fink Bresic and Baker Hostetler were hired for a very different purpose, which was litigation and defense. And I have not seen, to my knowledge, any situations where Fink Bresic or Baker Hostetler, except for today, obviously you guys are here, where we have had either of those firms coming in and giving us legal advice in meetings. I feel like the VRA analysis has been quite different. And therefore, I feel that we need to make a distinction between the different attorney-client privileges that are out there, because they're not the same. And a waiver potentially as to something produced by Mr. Adelson, who is with a separate company under a separate contract with a separate relationship with the commission, would not necessarily equate to some sort of waiver with respect to our litigation counsel, where we have a very different relationship and a very different level of interactions. So if someone could address that question, I think it would be helpful for everybody, because I think that that letter that we received sort of clumped everybody together and made it imply that one waiver is a waiver of everything else. And I don't really think that's supported by Michigan law or any other law on attorney-client privilege.
So, Madam Chair, I'll be happy, and then I'll be happy to start that response. So, no, your legal team is one team. And while different writings have come from different members of the legal team, there is one attorney-client privilege. And as the commission is discussing waiver of certain specific memos, that translates into the potential for future waiver or future consideration of waiver of your attorney-client privilege with your legal team. So as your general counsel, my role is to facilitate your legal team in the response to your legal issues. So I would definitely not agree, although I respect your opinion, I would definitely not agree that we're somehow siloed or that there's some discrete while there's discrete roles and expertise, we function together as the MICRC's legal team. The letter really encouraged the commission to take a step back from the present issue, of course, as you so accurately noted when you gave the background for this discussion. The present issue is the VRA memos, and I would also say that both memos dealt with an analysis of the applicability of cases in order to guide the commission and provide that context to the commission. But returning to the letter, taking a step back, it looks at the attorney-client privilege more generally, and it looks at more broadly than the question just before the commission. So I would like to again encourage the commission to see your legal team as one, with any of its members ready to step forward and address the issue most appropriate at hand. And I'll defer to Kate if she had something she wanted to add. And again, she already noted that we have David and Nate Fink from Fink Bresic, as well as Mr. Adelson participating remotely, that are also available to answer the commission's questions.
Yes, Madam Commissioner, thank you. Let me just add on, I agree with this idea. I hear in your mind it's this idea of organizing in a siloed way, but that is not the way that the attorneys work together as a team. And I will assure you that those Voting Rights Act memoranda feed into litigation counsel, right? So there isn't, and we've thought through this, there isn't a clear dividing line between the memos, what memos do not go into part of litigation counsel and what memos do. It all feeds into it. And if you can bear with me, I think, when I look at those Voting Rights Act memos, I see attorney-client work product and I see privileged communications. And I think it's important to know a few points, because I've heard a reference to the Attorney General opinion. I want to note that when you do a privilege review, it's not done in the abstract. It's done by looking at the documented issue, how it's being used by the client, where it fits into the process of the client's work. You, the client, the commission has known from the that you have a risk of litigation. That's why I'm here. You have also known from the beginning that you have a risk of litigation relating to Voting Rights Act compliance. That is why you hired Mr. Adelson. That is why you hired us to work with him as part of a team. As I understand it, the Attorney General's opinion is not based on a specific review of the memos, because the Attorney General did not have the memos at hand. Now, I also heard a concern about the constitutional amendment, right? Michigan is doing something very new and very special, candidly, with this constitutional amendment. There's been a lot of thought in it. And as Commissioner Lett mentioned, we have 61% of the voters who voted for that amendment. When I look at that amendment, I see repeated references to the commissioner's attorneys, right? The amendment considered and knew that the commission would need counsel of attorneys. Something I do not see in that amendment is any reference to a required waiver of attorney-client privilege. And that makes sense, right? Because if you're going to offer attorneys without the protection of attorney-client privilege, it's akin to no counsel at all. Now, some of you here have had the good fortune to not need litigation counsel in your life, and that is good fortune for you. But I will tell you that in litigation, attorney-client privilege forms the bedrock of this adversarial process. It protects the communications, not only the communications you have with your lawyer, not only about strategy, but about anything related to the litigation. It also protects any work product. We're not just talking about briefs or drafts of briefs. We're talking about research memos. We're talking about emails. The privilege protects it all. And the reason is because it is an adversarial process where the other side, both sides, there is a phase of litigation called discovery, where facts are put into the ring. But you're not allowed to put privileged information into the ring. That is not permitted. That is protected information to protect this crucial relationship. when you get to, so what does, it's, and pardon me for this reference, we were talking about football over lunch. It's akin to giving the other side your playbook, right? If you're going to go into a litigation and reveal memoranda such as the VRA memoranda that form the basis of decisions and feeds into litigation counsel, you're giving the other side a playbook into what decisions were made or not made. It's very dangerous. And so what does it do? I talked about what it protects. Without protecting this information, if a lawyer comes into a room with you and cannot trust that the information will be protected, the lawyer will not be able to give you a candid advice about what your courses of action, what your options are, right? Because again, it's like giving a playbook to opponents in this adversarial process. Now, I think now is the right time to be talking about privilege. You have just come through a really detailed process of public comment, transparency, and I commend the commission. I commend all the work you've done. I commend all the members of public who have stepped forward and offered their opinion. I think there were nearly 100 this morning. It's really impressive. We are now at a point where we're preparing to pivot to litigation. And I want to encourage you to take this pivot seriously. It won't be comfortable because fights are coming down the road. You've already heard about them coming down the road. But the last thing we want to do is create a self-inflicted wound where we waive our own attorney-client privilege or even invite a camel's nose in the tent and start releasing what we view as attorney-client work product, because it creates a problem for us that we don't need to have. And it violates a right that we have that's protected. As a commission, you have this right and you have it until you waive it. So I heard the term precedent. It's less about precedent and more about waiver that we're concerned. A few more points, if you can bear with me. To the extent there's a concern about transparency, this has been an incredibly transparent process. I hope you know that. Attorney-client privilege is a right under law. You are entitled to it, and there is no negative inference for you using it. What do I mean by that? In real speak, what does that mean? It means there is no legal harm in protecting your attorney-client work product, but you invite great harm when you start to release it. Now, the final point, and I'm happy to talk further, but I hate to grandstand with the microphone. The thought that this will ease pressure by releasing memos, I want to encourage you to rethink that notion. If you think for a minute that releasing a few attorney-client privilege memos will somehow ease pressure on this commission on the release of materials, you would be wrong. It's only going to increase. So I stop there. I want to encourage others to speak. Thank you for your time, Madam Commissioner.
I believe I saw Commissioner Witches, but Commissioner Lett, did you have your hand up as well? Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Witches.
This is either for David or Nate Fink. Thanks for being here. Could I get your opinion on this, please?
Absolutely. I appreciate you asking. First of all, I agree 100% with what you've heard so far from council. And I want to follow up more directly with this basic concept or question, the suggestion that there's something wrong with asserting the attorney-client privilege. I've been litigating for 44 years. I have never been involved in a case in which one party disclosed to the other party their communications between the lawyers and the clients. It would be an extraordinary thing to do, and it would be effectively taking away your ability to get good counsel. We were asked the question, would we give the same candid advice if it would have to be disclosed to the attorney-client privilege? I can absolutely answer that question. We would not, because it would be against your interest to receive that advice in a public forum. Because if you receive, we heard the analogy, the reference to the playbook. If we stick with football, it's like inviting the other team into your huddle. They know exactly what your play is and they know exactly why. But here we have something more. You're making decisions, but you're being told what the legal ramifications of those decisions are. You're not in litigation, but you absolutely all anticipate that someone will bring litigation. If you open the floodgates and expose all of these communications, you will be really crippling your attorneys in the ability to defend these cases. I want to point something out. Earlier today, in the early comments, Mr. Miles referred to the secret document, disclosure of the secret document, which gave it some kind of a nefarious sound. There's nothing wrong or nefarious about lawyers providing attorney-client memoranda. We do it every day with all of our clients, and our clients rely on that advice without disclosing it. And by the way, it gives clients the ability sometimes to disagree. We'll tell a client, well, you can do this, but there's some litigation risk in doing it. So many clients say, okay, we'll go forward and do it and take that risk. But if that memo becomes public, we've now told the other side and a future judge that maybe you're doing the wrong thing. So you really take on tremendous risk. I agree 100% with what's been said. And I also do think I should comment on one other thing. This has been a remarkably open and transparent process. I'm kind of old. I've been involved in politics actually since the late 1960s. I can't tell you the number of hearings and political processes I've been involved in as a lawyer and as someone who's interested in politics. I have never seen an important political process handled so well and handled so openly. This is a remarkable, remarkable opportunity to see real democracy in action in a beautiful way. And for that to work, you need to be able to be represented by counsel just like everyone else. I do want to comment about one thing about the Attorney General's opinion, because I think this is important. The Attorney General notes appropriately that the Constitution states that the common law is not abrogated by the Constitution. The Constitution does not repeal the common law, not unless it's something in the Constitution that's directly contrary to the common law. So even though the Constitution says that these proceedings will be open, that does not take away the attorney-client privilege. And the Attorney General talks about the attorney-client privilege appropriately because it is such an important privilege. She didn't say you don't have the attorney-client privilege. She said, understandably, that by the titles of the memos, it was possible that these memos, in fact, are not the type of memos that should be confidential. But she did not receive copies of them, and she can't speak to the substance of what's in these memos. As your lawyers, we've advised you these memos are privileged attorney-client communications and should be handled that way. So we're not disagreeing, at least I'm not. No, I haven't heard anybody say that we disagree with the opinion of the Attorney General. It's very well written and it raises some very good points. The point, though, here is that ultimately, based on the actual information we're talking about, this is attorney-client communications. One commissioner earlier made a comment about a reference to the distinction between the advice from VRA counsel and the advice from litigation counsel, as though those are distinct. No, VRA counsel gave you advice that could ultimately save you from being in litigation. Litigation is always anticipated when lawyers are giving you advice. We don't say to a client, this is your advice for litigation and this is your advice if there's no litigation. We just give you advice and you've gotten good advice. But in the end, the most important advice you're getting, which is perfectly public, the whole world sees us doing this, is you have a right to protect your ability to serve as a commission by receiving confidential attorney-client communications and keeping them confidential. If you have any other questions, please let me know.
Thank you, Mr. Fink. Mr. Lett, did you have a follow-up? Or are you good? I'm not either, but I'll let you go first. Do you have your mic on?
Yes. I have a question for any of the attorneys. Can any of the legal team can respond if they wish? Is the legal privilege exercised on a case-by-case basis?
Would you like me to respond to that?
Any lawyer that we've hired can do that.
I guess I should.
I think.
General counsel.
So
you don't.
I'll start and give the team an opportunity to weigh in as well briefly. I made the point, excuse me, the team made the point in the letter and during open meetings that the amount of privileged communication that has been provided to the commission has been very thoughtfully done and very sparingly done. I always use the example, I worked with an attorney who anything they wrote, they put privileged and confidential communication on to their clients, anything. Lunch plans, a question, and that I do not condone that approach, and thankfully the members of your legal team do not condone that approach. So the documents and the memorandum that are available for public consumptions are presented presented in public and available on the commission's website. And the select documents that are not available on the website are for, again, as Ms. McKnight indicated, they are privileged, they are attorney work product, and they feed into the anticipated litigation. And again, I open it and welcome any other member of our team.
If I may, I think I would like to respond, because I think the gist of the last question is the attorney-client privilege waived on a case-by-case basis? And the answer is, we don't have that luxury. First of all, we don't know what cases are out there. We don't know what cases there will be. But once you waive the attorney-client privilege in most contexts, and again, I have to be careful what I say here, because in the future, I'm going to do everything I can to protect your privilege. And no matter what you say, no matter what you do, I'm going to tell the court you didn't waive the privilege every way I possibly can, because I don't want you to waive the privilege. That said, it's a very, very slippery slope, very dangerous. And once the privilege is waived in one case, that's a genie you can't, excuse me for mixing the metaphor, but that's a genie you can't put back in the bottle.
Why not?
Once you waive the privilege, you've waived the privilege.
You mean if this commission waives a privilege in this case, this instance, it has waived it for now until all litigation is over that may arise in this commission?
I love that question.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I love that question because it allows me to make the point a little more clearly. I would argue on your behalf in court that your waiver was only in that one case, that your waiver shouldn't apply in another case. That's what I would do. And today, if I answer your question by saying, if you waive the privilege in one case, you're waiving it in all cases, that can be used against you later because I just gave you that advice. I'm not giving you that advice. But if I gave you that advice in an open forum, that can be used against you. That can be an admission against you on whether there's a waiver. The fact is, it's a dangerous, dangerous, slippery slope. And any kind of waiver is dangerous. And having said that, I will fight as hard as I can on your behalf to say that whatever waiver you made was either unintentional, uninformed, or that it didn't really extend to whatever purpose somebody else wants to use it for. I wish I could tell you I would always win that argument.
I'll come back. I'll yield. I've got more questions, but I'll yield.
I have a follow-up. So here's my concern, and I'll tell you honestly, I'm stunned at some of the comments I'm hearing about there not being an individual privilege between the commission and Baker Hostetler in the commission and Fink Bresic. And I'm going to tell you why I'm stunned by that, because it's not, I think, typical in the legal industry to view things that way, that there's a relationship between the attorney and the client. We are the client. The companies that we have hired are the attorneys. And I would not consider the legal team to be a blending of those groups together, where the privilege is somehow not individualized. And I think the danger with that position that our attorneys are taking is great. And the reason why I think it's great is because, number one, I don't think these two memos in particular are attorney-client privilege. And the reason why I don't is because I think we already have waived the privilege. And the reason why I think that, and I don't mind saying this because I know we have very, very smart, very capable attorneys working for the press who are going to catch on to this fact, who have been following this process. And I am not pointing out anything that they're not going to be aware of. But on June 15th, 2021, we received a PDF from Mr. Adelson called Redistricting and Race, which was 44 pages long, including a discussion in quite detail about the Voting Rights Act. We discussed that presentation in detail on the record, openly, publicly, transparently. We also received on July 9th, 2021, a separate PDF, 54 pages long. DOJ Constitution also extensively covers the VRA, discusses the law, discusses how to interpret it, discusses what we need to do in drawing the maps. I think that the fact that that happened, that there was advice with respect to the VRA, there was advice with respect to how we need to interpret it when we're drawing the lines, is problematic when it comes to these later memos on the same topic from the same attorney. I agree with Mr. Fink. Once you waive a privilege, you can't unwaive it. You can't partially waive a privilege. There are some states that allow you to do that. Michigan is not one of them. The Sixth Circuit is not one of them. And so the fact that our legal team is taking the position that all of our attorneys are one attorney with one privilege is deeply concerning to me, because I'm very concerned that there already has been a waiver, which is why I don't have any problem releasing these memorandums. But if we're going to take the position that we have one legal team and that they all rise and fall together, I think we've put ourselves into a very, very dangerous position with respect to our ability to preserve the waiver going forward. And I do want to say with absolute clarity that I think that our relationship with Fink Bresic and our relationship with Baker Hostetler is separate, that privilege is separate, that any interactions that have occurred between the commission and will occur in the future are separate. And I do not think they are one single lumped legal team. And I'm very concerned about the positioning that our legal team is taking with respect to the privilege, because we have openly, transparently discussed these very same issues with the very same attorney in the past.
Madam Chairwoman, I think there's been a fundamental misunderstanding, and because of your great concern that you just expressed, I think it's worth spending a moment on something that's called joint defense agreements. So I'm not sure if you're familiar with this, but often in litigation, you have teams of lawyers working together, right? So I heard you have a concern about never seeing this in lawyering, and I just want to reassure you that this is very, very common to have this kind of team working on your behalf. I think when you're talking about the privilege, let me reorient the discussion a little bit, because the way this will approach a court is not by, are these three separate teams of lawyers or are they one? That's not the question that would go before a court. The question that would go before the court would be, is this document privileged? Is this communication privileged, whatever it may be? And as Mr. Fink described, in that instance, the court is not there to decide whether it's one team of lawyers or three. It's there to decide whether that communication is privileged. And when you're there as lawyers defending the privilege, you're going to be marching through how the team works together, how the VRA counsel is hired to provide counsel to the commission because it anticipated that it needed to comply with the VRA and that there would be VRA litigation. There would be a number of arguments. And as Mr. Fink rightly noted, we can't really go into many of the arguments here, right? because this is an open discussion. But I want to reassure you that joint defense work is incredibly common. It's been every single case I've worked on. And the question to the court is not about siloing law firms and what is privileged between them or amongst them. It's about, is this specific document privileged? And we'll bring all the arguments to bear on that.
Commissioner Wagner.
Hello, thank you. I just wanted to say I was against the closed meeting to begin with. I voted against it as well. I went to general counsel the first day shortly after, wanting to release the memos. I think it's a good idea. And my one question to all of the council is, have these memos been circulated between all of the various councils we have right now? So is everyone aware of what is actually in the memos, since they are attorney-client privilege only?
Thank you. Through the chair to Commissioner Wagner. And I do recall that conversation. I appreciate you raising it. The attorney-client memorandum, I provided a list so that the public would be aware of those documents, and I did circulate them between your legal team.
And if I may, Commissioner Wagner, I think I heard in your question, I may have not heard it this way, but I think your question was asking, is the sharing of that memo among council some type of waiver? And the answer is absolutely not. That's what the joint defense agreement is about. We must be able to communicate fully among ourselves. Michigan Council and National Council, the litigation team, we're not going to be operating independently. I will be assisting what Baker Hostetler is doing on some matters, and other matters will be working separately. But we need to have all of the information. We need to all have all of the information. And so it's never a waiver of the privilege to share it with co-counsel, if that's what you're asking.
Mr. Adelson.
You're mute.
I can't hear you.
You're on mute.
Bruce, you're mute.
Bruce, you're on mute.
Thank you. So it's good to see everybody again. Good to be with you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I'm going to speak very briefly and very cautiously. I understand the discussion about the prior discussion about the distinction between the memos at issue and what was discussed previously, and I respectfully disagree that the information in the memos is the same or substantially similar or identical to what had been discussed publicly. And just to again keep my comments brief, I agree with the comments of my legal team colleagues today. Very much appreciate the in-person presence of general counsel and litigation counsel, as well as the virtual presence of local counsel. So I just wanted to make that point that I view the information differently. I'm certainly not going to characterize the information because I do not want to get in any situation of any type of waiver, but I just wanted to weigh in on that point briefly. Thank you.
Any other comments, questions, concerns? Oh, Brittany, sorry, Commissioner Kellum.
Just really quickly, I agree with Commissioner Lett's original statement regarding, our closed session not necessarily having anything that was nefarious or meant to be deceitful in any way. However, I think really what I hear just in our discussion today and before is kind of two separate issues. It seems to be this thought that maybe we made a mistake because of the public pressure and there was something else that, or another way that we could have approached that situation. And then also what I hear is if we decide to break this privilege, it could have a bearing on our council ability to, number one, protect us, but to literally do their job in terms of strategy in the future. And for me, the latter is too great of a risk. I think there's a way for us to kind of massage our own miserable spots, as I like to say, about the decision to have a closed session, opposed to risking the future of litigation in the process and what else this could open us up to as individuals and as a commission in terms of our privacies and, things folks have already been digging. So this just makes me very wary from a lot of standpoints and would not be something that I support. It's not that I think that, I stand on this strong podium of, oh yeah, we talked about something that definitely need to be in closed session. I'm on the fence about that. It's what a decision like this represents in the future. And I tend to agree with what our council has shared in terms of how they intend to move forward if we do make a decision like that. I also am going to continue to have faith in the folks that we hire, especially this late in the process. I just think we just do not have the time to kind of be picked apart all the wonderful work that we've done to redistrict and stick together. I don't think this should be the hill that we die on.
Any additional comments? Commissioner Lett, go ahead.
I heard, let me make one comment. I heard one comment that of a joint defense agreement. I guess I would ask our general counsel if we have entered into a written joint defense agreement with all of these attorneys.
Through the chair to Commissioner Lett, I know in this capacity you function as a commissioner, but as a semi-retired lawyer in a future life that you held, you'll note that joint defense agreements can be oral. Certainly, if that's something that the commission would like in writing, we can certainly prepare one. But your legal team meets jointly. We discuss the issues jointly, and we submit our advice and discuss that jointly as a team. So again, the joint legal defense agreement is oral at this point, and we'd be more than happy to reduce it in writing. Hopefully the letter demonstrated, certainly the conversation today has demonstrated that your legal team is united in serving and protecting the MICRC.
Commissioner Witches or Commissioner Lett, did you have a follow-up?
Yes, good. I'm glad they're working in our behalf. And I would expect that they would do that. I certainly wouldn't expect that some people have used the word silo, that the attorneys would silo themselves. Obviously, there's crossover that is required. There's one thing that's going to be certain, the outcome of this discussion. If we don't release this material, we will be sued and there will be litigation. So I guess Mr. Fink's question, ultimately, if we don't release it, will be answered.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Witches had a comment and then General Counsel.
I was going to say, I pretty much heard what I needed here. So I'm going to make a motion to preserve attorney-client privilege and not release the two memos or the recording or audio of the closed session.
Second. Was that Janice? We have a motion made by Commissioner Witches, seconded by Commissioner Vallette to not release the memos or the recording of the closed hearing. General Counsel, do you have a comment before we ask for questions?
I do. I had the comment that I would like to make and then just a clarification as well. In the response to Commissioner Lett's, any individual certainly has access to the courts and the ability to sue the commission. Your legal team would strongly advise, again, the position on attorney-client privilege is defensible. It is warranted. If someone would like to sue the commission, then obviously they have access to the courts and are free to do so. We strongly encourage the commission to maintain privilege, and we strongly encourage threats of litigation to not sway the commission in that regard. That was my comment. And for the motion, Madam Chair, for it to be appropriately cast in a positive action, the motion would be to maintain privilege on, if I heard correctly, the memoranda and the recording. So the motion cannot be in the negative not to waive. It would be, the motion would be to preserve.
So can we get clarification on that? Because I feel like that motion has in it an affirmation that we are deciding as a body that the documents are privileged. So it's actually bringing in two issues into one motion. And actually, I don't really like combining the memos and the closed session together as well.
Okay, so let me so we can do two motions then? Do one at a time?
I think that makes more sense.
Okay,
I mean, right, yeah.
So then
So
the first one would be to maintain privilege and not release the memos that we are talking about today for the Voting Rights Act and the history of discrimination.
right, the two memos, yes. And you're seconding again, Janice?
So a yes would be to not release and a no would be to release.
Okay, so we have a motion to maintain privilege with respect to the, and I'm going to read them off just for the record. Voting Rights Act memo by Bruce Adelson, October 14, 2021, and the history of discrimination in the state of Michigan and its influence on voting, which I don't see a date on that one, but I believe it's also October 2021 sometime. Seconded by Commissioner Bellette. A vote in favor means you are in favor of not releasing the memos, maintaining the confidentiality of them. Commissioner Eid, and we're going to do a roll call on this one, guys.
Does it make sense to have a motion that, if passed, will result in no action taking place? To me, that doesn't make sense. I think the motion should be, do we want to release the memos or not? And a yes would be to release the memos, and a no would be don't release the memos.
Commissioner Witches, did you have a comment?
I was going to say that makes no difference.
I guess that's my question. Does it make a difference for clarification? Or are both motions acceptable from a procedural standpoint?
So the motion is made is demonstrating the moving commissioner's intent to preserve, not the intent to waive. And I acknowledge that the vote would ultimately determine waiver, but that the way it's presented has been selected by the mover.
I would just add one comment before we vote, is just to comment that when you're taking actions to court, there's really no predicting how things are going to go. And, we did receive the Attorney General's opinion, and she took a more limited view than a court might take, in that she said that she wasn't saying there weren't circumstances where we could still have attorney-client privilege, but she was just addressing the presumptions based on these particular memos. So just a kind of caution to everyone that if we do end up in court in front of this, we could end up with a very broad waiver of attorney-client privilege at the behest of a court. So it's not like going to litigation is necessarily going to mean these memos will stay secret. Commissioner Eid. Yeah.
Wonderful. So just to be clear, yes on this motion would be to
not
maintain the privilege, not release the memos. A no vote would be to waive the privilege and release the two memos. Just want to make sure I have that clear, and then I have a discussion comment.
I would characterize it a little different. I would say a yes vote means that we're just voting not to release the memos, not necessarily that a no vote means that we're saying release the memos. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else have any concerns about that? All right, so yes, if you're in favor of keeping the memos secret. No, if you're not okay with keeping them secret, I guess would be the way that I would describe that.
My discussion point is that, I'm a little torn on this, to be honest. On one hand, this whole thing has become an unfortunate distraction from our maps. And, the narrative has changed. Instead of focusing on our work product, which are the fair maps that we've created for the state of Michigan, it's changed to focus on this topic of this meeting. On the other hand, I do agree with what Commissioner Kellum said about her lawyers, and I do fully believe that they have the commission's interests at heart. Those are two things to weigh when voting.
What, I'm sorry.
I gotta change that because in this particular case, if there's a tie, they would be released.
Well, I don't think so. It's just a motion not to release. I don't think that would.
Right, so if it fails, then they would automatically release.
Is that accurate, General Counsel?
So again, much like the letter, we're going to take a step back from the issue. So, and really to get some more clarity, because I'm very concerned about the chairperson, that a no would be not to release. Either what the vote is before the commission, as I understand it, is that the commission is determining whether as a body it is choosing to waive the attorney-client privilege communication on the two VRA memos that were listed. That you're either in support of maintaining the privilege or you're in support of waiving the privilege and releasing the memos. And I would also, again, there are no secret memos. This is inappropriate, a common occurrence between clients and their lawyers. There is nothing wrong with attorneys communicating confidentially with their client. In this case, the body is our client. So again, taking a step back from the view of if the commission elects to waive privilege in this instance, it severely hampers your ability for your attorneys to communicate with you in writing. And I guess we'll see for the subsequent motion how our ability to impact, our ability to discuss things verbally with you, again, as a body is impacted. But again, I think we really need clarity on what the intent of the result of the motion is, to release the documents or to not release the documents. The waiver is a fancy word for release. So if we need to just say release, then let's use that word, but we need to be very clear on this vote.
Yeah, I mean, I thought your motion was to not release the memos. That's literally what I wrote down. Motion to not release memos. That's your motion. What? We have 12 people, yes.
Hold on, I'm thinking real quick.
Why don't you do it an easier way?
Yeah,
Let's do it an easier way.
Why don't we just change the motion?
So why don't you withdraw your motion?
Yeah, I'll withdraw my motion and let me
Okay.
try this.
And why don't you make it a positive?
Yeah,
There we
so I make a motion to release the memos.
There you go. And
Is
that
that
way, if
better?
it fails, then the opposite is true, okay?
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Witches to release the memos entitled Voting Rights Act, October 14, 2021 by Bruce Adelson, History of Discrimination in the State of Michigan It's on Voting by Bruce Adelson with no specified date, but I believe October 2022. Do we have a second? Second. Motion seconded by Commissioner Villette. All right, so to restate the motion, we have a motion to release the memos, meaning you vote yes, you're in favor of releasing the memos. If you vote no, you are not in favor of releasing the memos. Any additional discussion or debate on the motion? All right,
Chair?
let's, General Counsel.
I just wanted to thank you for that clarity.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote. And Ms. Reinhardt, we're going to ask for a roll call.
Commissioners, please indicate your support of the motion with a yes or a no. Once more, if you indicate yes, that is a vote to release the memos. A no vote indicates you do not want to release the memos. I will call on commissioners in alphabetical order, starting with Steve Lett,
Yes.
Cynthia Orton,
No.
MC Rawhorn,
No.
Rebecca Satella,
Yes.
Janice Follett,
No.
Aaron Wagner,
Yes.
Richard Weiss,
No.
Dustin Witches,
No.
Juanita Curry,
No.
Anthony Ede,
Yes.
Brittany Kellum,
No.
Rhonda Lang,
Yes.
by a vote of 5 yes to 7 no, the motion does not carry.
Okay. Go ahead, Commissioner Witches.
All right, so then to follow up in the same manner, make a motion to release the recording and audio of the closed session that was held on October
27th.
2021.
Second. Motion made by Commissioner Witches to release the recording of the closed session from October 27, 2021, seconded by Commissioner Villette. Any discussion or debate on the motion?
So,
Anthony?
well, since the live recording of that meeting contained, information about the privileged memos that we just decided not to release, is that an appropriate vote to take?
I don't see why not, because it's still an open question.
Well, why not would be because, let's say this vote is voted yes to release the recording of that meeting. That meeting then contains the memos that we just voted no, not to release.
It doesn't contain the memos, though. I mean, we've had many times where we've had other confidential memos and had discussion, not necessarily going over the memo, discussing it. I don't mean to imply that because that would not be accurate, but later discussions after having received them. So I see them as distinct. I don't think anyone pulled up the memo and read it off during the meeting. So,
Madam Chair?
yes, General Counsel.
Thank you so much. So Commissioner Ede raises a very important point, which is that the basis for the closed session was the memos, which the commission has already voted on. The content of the memos and the advice presented by counsel, again, we maintain is privileged, and that the commission holds that privilege, and we strongly recommend that it not be released, similar to the decision with the memos. Thank you.
Any additional comments? Okay, let's go ahead and vote. Again, Sarah Reinhardt, can you call a roll call? Just to repeat it, the motion is to release the recording and the audio from the closed session from October 27th, 2021. A yes is a vote in favor of releasing that recording. A no is a vote against releasing that recording.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioners, please indicate your vote with a yes or a no. I will call on commissioners in alphabetical order, starting with Cynthia Orton.
No.
MC Rawthorn.
No.
Rebecca Satella.
Yes.
Janice Villette.
No.
Aaron Wagner.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, Commissioner Wagner?
Yes.
Thank you. Richard Weiss.
No.
Dustin Witches.
No.
Juanita Curry.
No.
Anthony Ede.
Yes.
Brittany Kellum.
No.
Rhonda Lang.
Yes.
Steve Lett.
Normally I would say yes, but in this instance, I'm going to say no, because to vote yes on this would be inconsistent with the action that we just took, and that makes no sense whatsoever.
By a vote of yes, 4 yes to 8 no, the motion fails.
Okay. All right. Moving on to the next item of the agenda, we had a discussion point. It's actually within the same item, 6A, appointment of a committee to review legal decisions and positions. Commissioner Witches.
So I would say that that is not needed at all. I feel like any kind of legal, but for two reasons. One, it'll cut costs down. We don't have to have multiple meetings in the day prior where we'd have to have the audio visual or anything like that set up. Those would probably also, if it becomes, would it be correct in assuming that then for legal reasons, those would be closed anyway? For the most part. So why would we need a subcommittee if we need to discuss legal things? We could all just get together and discuss it. And let's say that it's not that case. I feel that we should all be together at one body at one particular time, together discussing legal decisions personally.
Any other comments, concerns? Steve?
I respectfully disagree. And in fact, I move that we do set up a subcommittee of 2 or 3 commissioners to meet with legal counsel when they in fact are meeting. I think we have in fact, since we're using a waiver today, waived the commission's right to direct the legal team, as they've been called, and have forfeited our oversight. And in order to reestablish that, I think a commission committee of 2 or 3 persons, I'll even suggest that one of those be an attorney, we have 2, and 1 or 2 be non-attorneys, so that we're not stacking the deck against the legal team. Which I doubt we can do, since they obviously are a lot smarter than we are. And I'm not saying that facetiously, so don't take it facetiously. But I think there's some oversight that we need to exercise as a commission. So that's my motion.
I'll second it. Any discussion or debate, Commissioner Lang?
I want to agree with Dustin. If there's legal decisions to be made, I think it should be made as a whole. I don't want it to come back secondhand. I want to hear the conversation myself and make my own decisions. Thank you.
Commissioner Kellum.
I would also have to just quickly say that I don't really think that we need a subcommittee. It sounds like micromanaging, or maybe that there's another issue that we could maybe avoid by having a separate group kind of banter and go back and forth with our attorneys, just speaking very transparently, because it makes me uncomfortable when we do it in an open space. So I can only imagine how that could escalate with a subcommittee. I'd rather just hear it all as a group.
So I think on that point, we need to address then, if that is the thought process, how we're going to do that. Because to date, I mean, we just all sat here and heard our attorneys talk about this joint defense agreement, which I assure you, none of the people on the commission have ever heard of until today. So we need to have a little bit more oversight with what is going on with our litigation team or our legal team, because I feel like we don't have visibility right now into decisions that are being made. And that need for visibility is just going to increase as we start moving into litigation, and there are going to be decisions that are going to be made. So either we are taking the position as a commission that we're just letting our legal team do what they decide is best, or we're going to have more oversight. And that's really what the subcommittee would be about, is having a little bit more oversight into what's happening from a legal perspective.
And I think we need to think about if we think as a commission that that's necessary, if we need that oversight. I think that's really the decision before we decide to have a subcommittee. Do we think that the legal counsel needs oversight? I mean, because the only other reason why that would be necessary to me is that if we think that there's a reason that they need to be double checked or fact checked, and that's, again, me speaking candidly. And I think, again, being open, we all have professions and things that we're very good at outside of the commission, but we hired the legal counsel to do their job. And in this instance, we are commissioners first, despite our other careers.
Madam Chair.
Yes, General Counsel.
Thank you so much. So just for clarification, the proposal, as I understand it being presented today, would be to form a committee. The committee would need to meet in open session, and then it would make recommendations to take back to the full body. So whether the full commission decides whether that's workable or not, I believe one of the discussion points was that the committee would participate in the legal team meetings for all of the reasons that we've been discussing collectively over the last period of time. Again, the legal team reporting back to the commission, the legal team setting out, and I think we're in this interesting space right now where litigation has not been commenced. So when that occurs, your legal team will be discussing that litigation with the full commission. And as in the past, when the commission decided whether to file a petition, when the commission selected proposed deadlines to include in that petition, those actions are commission actions. And so, whether the commission believes that a committee is necessary as that intermediate step. And again, you have experience with the hiring committees, but I would offer that you may find that to be unworkable, and that it might be cleaner. And I would invite, I know Kate is still with us, and Mr. Fink is with us as well, if they wanted to offer any comments as well.
I would like to, I'm sorry, Kate first. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, David, please.
I wanted to comment because, first of all, obviously the functions of the commission are not something they need my advice about. I'm not suggesting that whether you want to or don't want to operate with a committee. I would say this though. The suggestion was made that the committee structure was necessary because some type of oversight of the attorneys had been abdicated by the decisions that were made immediately preceding this discussion. And I just want to be very, very clear. It's exactly the opposite of that. You got your oversight power. You retained your oversight power. The commission's oversight power was retained by protecting your right to have closed sessions and to receive attorney-client communications. We're going to be very candid with you. We're going to tell you exactly what you need to know, so you're going to be able to be involved in making these decisions. We don't ultimately make the decision on whether you settle or don't settle litigation. Those decisions are made by you. We give you the advice and the information that you need. And I'm very grateful for the difficult decision that the commission, I know it was a difficult decision with all of the public communications and the public concerns expressed by people who did or didn't know all the details here. And you really did the hard work of looking at that and making a tough decision today. But once you made that tough decision, you put us in a position, all of us in a position, the lawyers, to really be able to represent you and do it in a way that you can control, that you have the input, that you know what we're doing, and you can tell us what you do or don't want us to do going forward. And that's very valuable. Now, I think that it's also worth commenting briefly on the concerns. I think they're concerns expressed about the joint defense. To be clear, generally speaking, a formal written joint defense agreement arises when there are multiple parties being defended by multiple law firms, or even by the same law firm, and you have to reach an agreement. Otherwise, your communications may be subject to public disclosure. In this case, it is universally true that anytime you have both local counsel and lead counsel handling a case, that is always a joint defense. And you always share all the information you have. Otherwise, your local counsel are really just folks who walk to court with you and watch you argue. So it's absolutely basic from the original RFP that you put out, that when we were being asked to be local counsel, we were being asked to be local counsel sharing information on an appropriate joint defense process, which we did here. So I don't want to speak too much to the issue of the committee. To me, it sounds like a lot of duplication of effort, because when you're going to have a closed session, and those are going to be the sessions where we may have to talk about litigation, some litigation strategy. I can't imagine you're going to want to do closed sessions without the full commission, but that's just my personal speculation.
Thank you, Mr. Fink. I think the context, just to give some flavor to what the concern is that there's the feeling, and I can't speak for everybody, but I can speak for myself, that as a commissioner, I am wholly unaware of what our legal team is planning. And that there has been no direction from us with respect to the response to the legal team. And that we are attempting to, some of us want to have more control and more insight into what is happening. And that really goes to the point about the joint defense. And there have been other situations where this has popped up where we have had decisions being made by the legal team that the commission has not voted on, has not conferred on. Maybe one commissioner requested it and the general counsel took action on it without discussing it with other members of the commission. And so it's just really about having more visibility to what's going on so that we are aware. And there does seem to be some lacking in that visibility. And I can tell you, having spoken to other members of the commission too, some people don't want that. Some people have the viewpoint that Commissioner Kellum expressed that, hey, we hired these lawyers and let's just let them do their thing and not worry about it. But whether we approve this committee or don't approve this subcommittee, I think there is a desire on the part of some commissioners to have more information about what's going on and more visibility into it. And I know I personally am in that bucket of wanting more information and feeling that I am very much unaware of what decisions are being made and then reading about them in the newspaper and being surprised. And so I think that is the impetus behind Commissioner Lett's motion. I know I agree with that because I'm very uncomfortable with these sort of decisions being made and not being aware of them until I'm hearing about them later. And that's really the purpose of the subcommittee. And I mean, maybe that can be resolved without a subcommittee, and maybe it can just be resolved with better communication from council. Commissioner
Madam
Bridges.
Chair.
General counsel.
Thank you so much. With all due respect, no decisions are being made. We're not, and I believe that the request, I disagree with that comment as well, Commissioner Lett. The decisions that were being made that I believe are being referenced are in regard to denial of records requests for privileged and confidential information. It would be unethical for me to release privileged and confidential information without the authorization of my client. The commission adopted those procedures. Those procedures are being followed. In the event the procedures need to be amended, I stand ready and willing to do so. But I work on behalf of the commission, not individual commissioners. I have done so and I will continue to do so. And I welcome communication. I've been reaching out to you specifically numerous times in an effort to have a conversation. So commissioners know I'm available by phone, email, text, and I will continue to be available to all commissioners at their convenience. Thank you.
So just to clarify, I'm not talking about FOIA requests or the release of attorney-client documents. It has nothing to do with that. There are other specific incidents that I'm referring to, which I am not going to get into in a public meeting.
And I look forward to talking to you about them offline.
And if I may, Madam Commissioner, just one additional point, and that is we're eager to meet with you. We have a lot to talk with you about. So we're eager to do that. So I'm grateful for the decision that was made today to protect privilege. And I think I speak for Mr. Fink or Mr. Adelson as well, that we're eager to meet and talk with you. So thank you.
Commissioner Witches and then Commissioner Ede.
I was just going to touch on what you said with the committee. I feel like it's double the work. I mean, if you have a committee of 3 or 4 people come together just to decide what they're going to bring forward to the full body, it's going to be brought up to the full body. This isn't hiring it. This isn't like, where we try to filter through 90 resumes to get 10 of the best ones and say, these are some of the 10 that we think are the best person for the position. This is legal strategy, litigation decisions. This should be all 13 of us at once with our legal team. I don't see the need for a committee for this. It seems like it's just extra work. It's going to take more time. It's going to take more money in regards to setup, everything. And I just don't see the need for it.
I'm just laughing because, never mind. Because you're always the one who's like, let's work 24 hours a day, but it's more time. So I'm just chuckling. Go ahead, Commissioner Eid, and then Commissioner Orden.
Commissioner Witch's work ethic is something that should be commended. I will motion to close discussion on this topic. Motion to end debate.
Motion to end debate.
Yes. Second.
Okay. Do we need to vote on a motion to end debate?
2/3 vote.
What?
Madam Chair, 2/3 vote. Sorry, I didn't put that in context. I just.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote on the motion to end debate. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, raise your hand and say nay. Okay, so the ayes have it. So that we are ending debate, and we have a motion by Commissioner Lett, seconded by myself, to appoint a subcommittee to monitor legal. Do we want to just do a hand vote? Let's do a roll call. Okay, go ahead. Ms. Reinhardt, please.
Commissioners, please indicate your support of the motion with a yes or a no. I will call on commissioners in alphabetical order to cast your vote, starting with MC Rothorn,
No.
Rebecca Satella,
No.
Janice Follett,
No.
Aaron Wagner,
Needed clarification on which way this was going. Is it yes for a legal subcommittee or no for a no?
The
legal
first option. The first
Yep,
option.
yes.
So yes is a vote in favor of a subcommittee.
No.
Richard Weiss,
No.
Dustin Witches,
No.
Juanita Curry,
No.
Anthony Eid,
No.
Brittany Kellum,
No.
Rhonda Lang,
No.
Steve Lett,
Yes.
Cynthia Orton.
No.
With 1 yes and 11 no's, the motion fails.
All right, thank you very much, everybody. So how late do we have this room? Because I think we're over our time already. So I just want to make sure we can be here till 5. Is that right? And same
Yes,
thing with
that's
the
accurate.
AV team and everything.
Yes, I would
Okay.
note that generally our interpreters add a 30-minute cushion onto the end of meeting times, but the commission may proceed beyond that if the body wishes. Just note that it would mean we would not have closed captioning or interpretation services.
So, okay. All right, so we do have a few more items on our agenda, but we are 30 minutes over our time. So Commissioner Lang,
Just to put it out there, I would have to leave by 3 p.m. today.
okay. I think what we should do is just, we'll carry over everything else on the meeting agenda and we'll, oh, we do need,
I move to adjourn.
wait, we do need the location for our December 28th, 29th meeting. I mean, and the 16th, is that right? Mr. Woods, go.
We need to vote for the location. We have the city of Lansing, but we don't have the place. I looked at the Cadillac Room. I'm here in Lansing. It's in Rio Town. And they are available, and I have it reserved if the commission approves for the 28th, the 29th, and the 30th, just in case there's a snowstorm or something happens unexpected. It is available at that location. So I would like to recommend that the commission hosts the last meeting on Tuesday, December 28th, at the Cadillac Room in Lansing, Michigan, starting at 10 o'clock a.m.
Okay, can we get a motion on that? Are you asking us to approve the 28th, the 29th, and the 30th as kind of standby dates as well?
Sure.
Okay,
So moved.
so we have a motion made by Commissioner Witches,
Second.
second by Commissioner Rothorn to approve meetings on December 28th, 29th, and 30th, starting at 10 a.m. in the Cadillac Room, 11115 South Washington Avenue, Lansing, Michigan. Any discussion or debate on the motion? Commissioner Lang, I see you have your hand up.
Are you saying we would just hold the 29th and 30th? The actual meeting would be the 28th, or are we scheduling actual full meetings those days?
I think it would depend on how quickly we get through with our work. I think the 29th and the 30th are sort of holding, but if we finished everything on the 28th, I think we would be done. Right. All right, all in favor of the motion to approve those meeting dates, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, raise your hand and say nay. All right, at this point, we had a motion to adjourn. Mr. Commissioner Lett, was that? you?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Witches. Any discussion or debate on the motion?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I would encourage the commission to approve meeting minutes this meeting as well.
Okay, the November 18th.
Correct.
Okay, let me find it. Sorry, I'm looking. Okay, let's go ahead and move to approve the meeting minutes from November 18th held in Ann Arbor. The draft minutes were provided to the commission prior to this meeting and are posted on the website. Are there any edits to the meeting?
I second your motion.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the meeting minutes held November 18, 2021. Just to clarify, I made the first motion and Commissioner Witches seconded. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, raise your hand and say nay. All right, the meeting minutes are adopted. All right, at this point, we're going to go back to the motion to adjourn. Was Commissioner Lett, seconded by Commissioner Witches. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed to the motion to adjourn, raise your hand and say nay. All right, the motion carries and the meeting is adjourned at 2:37 p.m. Thank you very much.